Hello? Yeah, sorry, I was trying to sort something out. 8 seconds? Just me? Hang on, are we muted? Wonderful. Hey guys, how are we doing? Welcome to the final table of the Dracakis $1,500 event here at the APT series at the Southport Sharks. Got a lot of familiar faces on this final table, so it should be quite a lot of fun to see how it plays out. My name is Jordan Bromley, and it'll be just me for a little bit. Corey's going to come back a little bit later on. He's just got some things that he needs to sort out for now. I'll be able to break down all the coverage and chat to you guys about what's going on as this final table progresses. You can see on screen, Sean with the chip lead at the moment, Will Wong in second and Yeeta in third. Definitely looks like there's quite a lot of talent on this final table, very similar to the final table of the Goliath earlier. Should be some very interesting hands played between all of these guys here. As always, guys, let us know where you're watching from. Let us know who you are hoping to see take this one down. My pick is to see Mr. Yeeta Chung take it down, though I do have a spot for Will as well. Hope he has a very deep run in this event. He's an APT regular, plays at all of the series.
7 balls.
Thanks for the update there, Brooke. I think we have adjusted that now, so you should be able to hear the table. Alright, let's get straight into it. Yeeta with queens and Will with sevens. And Fletcher with ace king. Wow, this is a huge pot. Immediately, a huge spot for all of these guys. It's going to be a pretty tough one. I mean, Will has a couple of options. He does decide on a 3-bet. Fletcher has one option with these types of blinds. I think he's just going to set his chips into the middle, even though it is for quite a sizable amount of chips. It's almost 50 big blinds. Is he just going to find the cold 4? Definitely think that Yeeta is going to be seeing his way in. Yeah, he does just rip. Yeeta's going to ask for a count. It's a pretty sick one, but it is a classic flip. I can't see Yeeta doing anything other than calling here. He's going to ask for a clarification count from Phoebe. As we see, Will is sitting there as stoically as possible, trying not to give any reads away. He's realised that he's kind of gotten himself between two monsters here. Yeeta's getting a count, getting a clarification as to just how much it is. A few things that he's probably thinking about is firstly, what would Fletcher do with his nutted hands? Do you think he would just 4-bet jam a hand like aces, or do you think he would choose a non-all-in 4-bet off of 50 bigs? What about kings? Probably jams that, and then obviously he's going to have all of the ace-king. Jacks might even come close to a fold here, given the way the hand plays.
Yes, I can.
Yeeta probably thinks that he is just flipping a lot of the time. Queens is such a good hand. He's really thinking this one through. As you can see in this one, no time bank. So he's got all of the time he wants to try and make this decision, unlike the Goliath players earlier. There's no shot clock. And he decides to fold, and I don't hate this decision. To preserve his chips, he knows that he's got a pretty big, he thinks he's got a pretty big edge over the rest of the table. He does just decide to let it go. Sure, he's against the one hand that in that spot he's going to be pretty
If you don't have,
probably the best hand that he could see in that spot, but even still, flipping for the chip lead, given the amount of chips that he has, is probably not something he wants to do at this point in the tournament.
Can't wait to see it fold it.
10,000.
Embarrassing, honestly.
Oh, I don't think so.
I thought it couldn't be. I said this is happening.
No way.
RJ, we're going to get the payouts for you in just a moment.
No, the other one.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. Not either.
Sorry, they're quite sticky.
Yeah, it's a bit tricky to deal with these with flat, but they do. You know what I mean?
These are diamonds.
Just been posted into the Twitch chat.
7 raised, 20,000.
First place is going to take home $39,000 in the $12,000 Dracakis ring. So for $1,500 entry, it's not a bad first place prize. See Sean, the chip leader,
8 raised.
opening
60,000.
ace jack, and Michelle with 10s elects to 3-bet.
1 fold. 2 fold.
So he's going to fold all the way back around to Fletcher once again. King deuce suited, decides against it. And I don't think the blinds are going to be doing anything here either, as the blinds have actually increased from 4-8 to 5-10. Chip leader does have 100 big blinds with roughly 1 million, and he is going to fold. He's not going to take any aggressive lines here with the ace jack. And Michelle is going to take this one.
Okay, of course it is.
You gotta look behind us. Or just
So every single person in this room except me can see it. You know, so it makes sense. Makes sense. Yeah.
You can have a look at it on the
I'll just selfie cam myself.
Just ask me something.
Yeah.
Right.
Seven raised, 20,000. 8 and 9 fold. 1 fold.
I don't want the cameras to see how nitty I'm being.
Did you tell Sarah?
Yeah.
4 fold. 5 fold.
See Sean continuing the aggression. Opening the queen 9 suited from gun. Duncan has 7 bigs and he is piling it in.
And 7 calls.
He's going to be a pretty big favourite against the queen 9, and there's nothing Sean can really do. We're going to see all 5 cards here. Duncan with a chance to double up.
No, that'll do.
See king, queen, ace. Good so far. And that is good all the way to the river. So Duncan is going to find a double back up to 155k. Just like that, we've got nobody here sub 15 big blinds. Sean is going to still hold on to the chip lead, and that middle of the pack section looks very congested. We've got 5 players over 35 big blinds. Definitely quite a number of chips still in play in this event. Similar to the Goliath, the levels are fantastic. It's one of the best structured tournaments that you will play.
It's good that you know everyone at the table's not cheering for you. Really.
8 folds. 9 folds.
And we miss late Rego for the...
Gita now with the ace-10 suited, going to open up to
That's half
20k.
the field. Me and you were like half the
Position.
field.
It's frustrating.
Back around to Sean, the chip leader. Absolutely dominated, not even going to defend.
Start high, low, regular.
That's it, man. Start our low regular.
What in the triple draw?
I mean, we're playing this, or we could be playing like, 5 card single draw.
Anything.
Yeah.
Anything you can dream of.
Do you ever play the game with 2 betting streets? That's it. Just pre-draw and post-draw. That's all it is. Just pre and draw. That's it. Raise pre and then But don't worry, man. Chips get in. Yeah. So no limit.
Thanks for tuning in, Big to B, tuning in from Germany. It's amazing to have people from all around the world
9 raised.
coming to check out the stream.
1 fold.
Got a shout out from Dale in the chat for Will Wong. There are quite a number of supporters of Will. Great to see him back on a final table. As we see Eugene opening King 10 suited under the gun here. I don't think Sean is going to let him do that though. Ace Queen in the small blind. Looks like he is reaching for chips. Does decide on a call from the small blind. Michelle's going to come along as well, so we're going to go 3 ways to a flop here. Which is very good for Michelle. Whilst he technically still has the worst hand, does pick up a ridiculous amount of equity. So you can see he's actually a favourite here on this flop. He's got a gutter and a flush draw and 6 outs to go with that as pairs. Like Eugene is going to stab. Don't know if I'd recommend this with just king high with no backdoors on this kind of board. Gonna get a float from Sean with the ace of clubs. Now it's back over to the guy with the most equity in the hand. He's just gonna call as well, take it passively. To a turn. Is a 9, now gives him a double gutter. The other guys still just have ace and king high respectively, but Michelle has so many outs here. 1 card to come and is flipping to win the whole hand. And that won't do it. Sean does hold on to the lead, making top pair in the process. Looks like he's thinking about how much he can bet to extract value. Decides on a check. Trying to get Eugene to bluff at it. Looks like it's going to work. Eugene fires 40k.
You're right. I didn't realise how tall you were. I don't know what you were sitting down.
Seven raised to 200.
And it looks like Sean is reaching for raising chips. Raising to 250. Wow, that's a huge raise. No love though from Eugene. Sean's going to add to his chip stack. As we see he goes back over the 1 million mark after taking that beat against Duncan.
I'm talking to you, mate. I'm watching you.
That's just insane.
I missed it. Getting excited.
Yeah. Double cards are good.
There's more face-up cards than there was down. Nah, I'm joking.
Shout out to Bert cheering on Simon up the Wahesh.
Yeah, I'm all double up though.
Simon in seat 5 has made a number of final tables over the course of his APT career.
Very strong.
Continues that here. Surprised that he is playing this event. Usually he is found in the mixed game section. Looks like he's delving back into Hold'em a little bit more. So we see Will opening it up, this time with aces, upgraded from 7s. Opening it up to 22k.
6 folds. 7 folds.
Folds around to the blinds. No love from anybody so far. Michelle with 7s. We did see a 7 folded already. So odds of him hitting his set are very low.
Folds 22. 9 folds.
He decides against defending the king fast. These guys are going to go heads up. Four 3-3 could be dangerous for Michelle. As you can see, he does just have the 1 out at the top of the screen. So we see Will continues for what looks to be 20k. Quick call from Michelle, never folding an overpair on this type of board. Turn into 6, so that's interesting. It actually gives Michelle a gut shot as well
8 check.
to go along with his overpair to the board. I think Will's going to be able to extract a fair bit more value here. Probably up to somewhere in the neighborhood of 70k.
$65,000.
Looks like he goes slightly smaller, 65k. And yeah, Michelle's not going anywhere. He's going to flick in the call. He's got 4 outs going to the river. And that ain't one of them. Diamonds do get there. Michelle does have the 7 of diamonds.
8 check.
Likes to check. And now Will has to try and think of a size that would be able to get a call from a hand like 7s, 8s, and 9s. 7s, 8s, and 9s going to call like 85k. He's reaching for chips. I don't know whether or not he's maybe thinking about betting half pot, like 115. He has slid a stack in, so it's at least 100k. Looks to be around 110. So he is just going for a half pot bet here.
110.
Now when the flush gets there and he barrels the king river, kind of have to wonder what hands Will would triple like this. Like, does Will really fire 2 bets with a hand like ace-10? Does he continue after getting called on the flop with a hand like jack-10, jack-9 suited, queen-jack suited? Probably not. There aren't really many hands that you're kind of beating in Michelle's shoes. Maybe a hand like ace-5 is probably one of the hands that you'd be beating here. With ace-high, I think that would probably just try and show down river. Even a hand like ace-4 suited, ace-6 suited probably checks back river. Yeah, I don't really know of too many bluffs, and that's definitely what Michelle is going to be thinking as well. He's going to think, are there really any hands that I beat here? A lot of the bluffs that Will might have double barreled with make a pair on the river as well, like your king jacks, your king 10s, king queen. But a very comfortable value bet. Looks like Michelle's reaching for chips. Certainly giving it some thought. What do you guys think? Would you call or fold this river against Will? does put in the call, and he's going to see the bad news.
These and aces.
And just like that, Will is going to extend himself up over the 700k mark. Power from 04 in Twitch is asking about Sean's raise on the river. I know he's under-repped, but min raise, get it done. I'm not sure what you'd want him to get done. Neither of the other players have anything in the hand. Eugene had king high. Michelle had 8 high. He was basically just trying to get any value he could, and he thought that if he went large, he might try and get a disbelieving somebody trying to buy the pot, but
Yes.
the case.
So it's a button 8.
Buttons here.
Liam's asking about Yeeta's yo-yo collection.
Sorry, can I just get your cards off the sensors, please?
Yes, I understand that Yeeta actually wasn't able to bring all of his yo-yos. I think they're still at home in Perth,
Push it forward a bit.
but he's booked a trip to collect some, I think, from Florida before he goes to Vegas for the World Series.
All good?
So we're probably going to hear about some more yo-yos in the future. The Yo-Yo Master. As we see Will telling all of his friends and fans that he just won heaps of chips with aces.
2, 3, 4, and 5.
Duncan. Ace King. I think he's going to be folding this one. The question is, will he just rip it, or will he raise instead?
6 is all in.
Looks like biscuits are going into the middle.
7, 8, and 9 fold.
150k all in, Ace King. And it's going to get all the way through. So we see Yuji now our short stack at the table with 157k, just over 15 bigs.
Alright, players and dealers in the main event, flight B. Make your final hand and go for a 10-minute break.
Fold Yates. Or the-
It's really great that Yeeta was able to bring the yo-yo community of Australia into poker. Good to have, it's good to be passionate about your hobbies. No strings attached. Oh dear. So it folds back around to Duncan. And all the way back to the yo-yo man. Looks like he's going to find a 3.5x open from the small blind. And Will doesn't want anything to do with it. Just going to take that one down blind big blind. Quick shout out to Phoebe the dealer, doing a fantastic job as always. Yeah, Goose makes a very good point in the Twitch chat. I didn't know that Simon could play with 2 cards either.
5 race of 20,000.
I think he's still getting used to the fact that you can bet more than 1 big blind at a time. So we're going to have to go easy on him here when he's got Ace King. Pretty sure Ace King's the same in every game, just like Jack's the same in every game. And Duncan's going to rip his stack into the middle as well. 17 bigs. And I think he's definitely going to get looked up here. We're going to be racing. Ace King v Jacks, very classic flip. As you can see with all of the cards that have been killed, Simon's in rough shape. Usually it's a 50-50. This time he has 39% to win this hand. And that is top set.
You sure?
And that is not a queen or a 10. So Duncan's going to fund a full double with top boat.
Standing up, I never used to do it. Win too many flips.
Way up to 375k. It's 60k before.
I did touch the card.
At 375, a huge spin for Duncan.
Yep.
Another guy who's been to final tables before and done it all. Just like that, Simon is our sub 20 big blinder. Eugene's still the shortest.
Now I'm going to fold my way into 7th spot.
Dealers in the main event. If you could move up one number, please. If you're on table 29, we're going over to table 30. Also, players in the terminator, your blinds are up. 600, 1200 with the 1200 big blind empty. That's all players in the terminator, your blinds are up.
Duncan just keeps waking up with monsters. Ace queen now. He can't jam. He's got too many chips. So what does he do instead? Looks like he is just going to raise.
7, 7, 8, 9, 12.
Looks to be to 20k. Fold around to the blinds. I don't even know if he's going to get a defend. Looks like he is actually. 10-7. Going to get defended from the big blind. Off to a flop we go. And that is all Duncan.
4 checks.
Roden does have the 10 of hearts though. So depending on the size that Duncan bets, he could peel off one. Wouldn't mind seeing a very small bet, maybe 10 to 15k here.
6 bets, 15,000.
Wow, looks like that's what we're going to get. Duncan betting 15k. It's a very nice size.
4 raise.
Duncan's been in the lab, and Roden's going to check raise up to 45k. 40k, sorry. Duncan giving it some thought. I don't wonder what type of hands Roden can do this with, whether or not he's bluffing enough. So he's reaching for blue chips.
And 6 calls, 40,000.
Does decide on a call, so we're going to see a turn here. Turn as an offsuit 4. Doesn't improve Roden at all. He still just have 10 high.
4 bets, 75,000.
It's going to continue for 75k it looks like. Pretty big bet. Doesn't really leave himself much behind. Duncan's probably wondering what's going on here. Does decide to let it go. That's a nice bluff from Roden. Probably going after the smaller size C-bet from Duncan with just the 10 of hearts.
That's going to look bad on TV.
As we see, the stacks have kind of spread out a little bit. I said before that there was 5 guys in that 600 to 400 mark. Now it's a lot more spread out.
Probably it is.
I reckon I didn't have a heart. If I had a heart, I thought I did actually.
You have a high DZ.
Also, shout out to Bert Perry. He's been having an amazing trip overseas. Great to see your name. Look forward to seeing you soon. sides against an open. Fletcher with King 8-0 on the button. So he's thinking about opening this one.
All Warrior, main
Like he
event
will open
dealers,
it.
start making back to your seats please. That's all main event dealers.
And he's not going to get a defense. Takes it down from the button. Power 04 in the Twitch chat with some very specific sizing recommendations. Flop bet induced the raise on that wet board. Maybe 45% better size. It's very specific.
Eight raised to 20,000, 9 fold.
Michelle opening the ace-5 suited.
1 and 2 fold. 3 fold. 4 fold.
Duncan's not even going to defend the Queen 9-0. Wouldn't have minded to see it defend. Yeah, One Up Jenny makes a good point regarding the small size. Generally, you want to keep ranges as wide as possible in monotone flops. It can be very difficult to kind of navigate. It's a very peculiar board texture to kind of deal with.
Plays in the main event, flight B, your blinds are recommends at 200, 400.
As under the gun versus the big blind, the big blind's going to be calling with so many different suited hands. Definitely more than what you're going to be raising with.
1 fold.
So technically it's a board that favours the big blind defense.
3 fold. 4 fold. 5 fold.
So we see it fold back around to Duncan, who's definitely been the most active player at the table so far. It looks like he's going to continue with the King 7 suited.
Falls 10,000.
Just a lip. Sean now with the 8 do so. Getting a look at Eugene Stack just to see how many chips he's got, see how much pressure he can put on Duncan here. Just rips.
The hand that I don't have.
Just rips the 8 do so. Well,
That might be the first
The
time
next
someone's
one,
asked me
well,
my cheers.
well, you haven't even.
When I haven't even got it in the hand.
that's a bit naughty.
What game we? How?
Don't you
That's
worry
why I play
about
the
it.
mix, man. Don't
Somebody's
worry
going
about
to
this
let
no
everybody
limit.
know about
Don't
that
they
in
need to
half
know
an
how much
hour.
chips you have when you're not even in the hand?
8 do soft
You
suit.
got nothing to do. Mind your own
What's happening
business.
here?
1 million chips, still in the chip lead.
I'm terrified. I haven't even got cards.
Duncan can't really call off many hands given how short both Simon and Eugene are.
I wouldn't want much better there.
The kid's caught
Well, really,
in the
a lot
cage.
better, but
Can't really make any decisions like that.
I only jump because I was hand.
Yeah, you will go.
We had a few responses before, but let us know who you guys are backing in the Facebook and Twitch chats. Saw some shout outs for Will and Simon. Looking forward to seeing how this one plays out, as we haven't lost anybody yet.
1 fold.
Eugene with jacks.
3 fold.
Decides on a raise instead of a jam with 15 bigs.
6 folds.
Tucker's going to get all the way to Michelle, who's not going to defend the 6-3. He's going to get this one through uncontested.
Don't worry about it.
Much heavier ante into the next.
Shows the jacks, not sure why. Shout out Mr. Adrian Sportelli in the Facebook chat. Thanks for tuning in, mates. I hope you had fun at Guardians of the Galaxy Volume 3. Glad to hear you enjoyed it. Heard very good things about
Always
it.
give me too much credit. Everyone snap fold.
They said the first round I played, they wouldn't snap fold.
But I give you so much
That was
players.
dicey.
That was King 10 suited.
Oh, I thought it's queen.
Hey?
I thought it's queen.
You thought ace queen.
I thought.
Oh, you flat ace queen. You check raise ace queen.
Alright, we've got some shout outs. Darcy with Team Florno, Jasper's cheering on Will and
Check
Gita.
raise fucking all the bullshit.
By accident. I was trying to make it 150. Yeah, but when it's 250, I thought, oh fuck.
I thought you
Adrian's
must have
pressing
it was
enter
really
by
bad there, but I
accident.
thought you have like a small pair with ace, like ace 3 suit or something. Pair, and then hit an ace as well. Friendly fire. Friendly
Simon with
fire.
ace jack suited. 16 bigs, looks like he's deciding on just a raise instead of a jam.
600.
Sean now with ace 10, having a quick look over at Eugene's stack to see just how shallow he is, whether or not he can put pressure on Simon in this spot. Thanks, Sportelli. Thanks for tuning in, mate. See ya. Looks like Sean is deciding on something. He's giving it a bit of thought. Shout out Brendan, the member of our production team, hogging the spotlight right now. As we see, we've just had a brief freeze in the stream. We'll aim to get that one sorted for you as soon as possible. There we are, and that's an easy game. It's an easy game for Sean. Imagine just flatting ace 10 in position versus a 16 big blind stack and flopping trips. And is that a jack on the turn? Oh no. This is a rough one for Simon. Oh, it's a queen on the turn. Oof. Picks up a gut shot. Simon does check it over to Sean. I think Sean will probably bet something to a third or half pot on this turn. That turn is very good for Simon's opening range. Looks like he is just going to bet 20k, 1/3. Simon's probably going to call with his gutter and an over. Doesn't have any hearts in his hand, but I still think given the price he's getting, he has to call one. And I was wrong. Simon decides against it. Sean just extends his chip lead up to 1.1 mil. Willis hop behind though, 811k, and Yida is right there with them as well, but half as close to Sean as Will is. Just 571k. Oh, quick shout out to Emilio in the Facebook chat. Thanks for watching, mate. Hope you're having a very good day. I hope your dad is spoiling you. As we see Simon now, King Queen. He's got 14 bigs now. I wonder whether or not he just wants to run this. And he does. All in is the call. Folding around to Yida. Doesn't wake up with a hand. Simon's going to get that one through, taking himself back up to 164k. Let us know also where you guys are watching from. There's a couple of guys from Sydney that are on this table, so anybody's tuning in from down there. As we see Fletcher opening it up to 20k under the gun. With the second best hand ever created. Roden's going to call next to back with 10-9 suited. Michelle with Jack-9 suited. Looks like he decided against it. And Will in the big blind with King-10 suited. Do you think he's going to find a call as well? So we're going to go three ways here. And that is a pretty big flop for Roden. Open-ender and a flush draw versus the overpair of Fletcher. Wow, this is huge. Now, we saw how Roden played the 10-7-0 with the 10 of hearts earlier against Duncan. Can't imagine how he's going to approach this with the amount of outs that he has. Whether or not he's just going to raise run it here against the Kings. Fletcher continues. Looks to be a pretty chunky bet. Roughly half pot, 36k. 32k. Just a call. So we are going to see a turn card. No crazy action just yet. Turn is a 10, so that gives Roden extra pair outs. We've got 15 outs at the top of the screen. It's still a flip going to the river. Fletcher elects to check. Roden fires out 50k. Little over a third. Wonder whether or not Fletcher's plan here was to try and check raise to build a pot. Get value from Queen Jack, Ace Jack. Decides on a call. So we're going to see a river here. 239k in the pot. And that is a brick. So Roden does not get there. All of his outs go down in flames. And it's going to go check, check. Fletcher's going to take this one down. Roden shows just how many outs he had. And I've got some great news for you all. I've officially been joined by my partner in crime, Corey Van Jarsveld. Welcome.
What's up, guys? Glad to be back.
You haven't missed anything yet?
Exciting.
No bust outs yet. There have been a couple of spicy hands here and there, but that's been all that's happened.
Well, I'm excited to jump into the action, see what these guys can produce for us tonight. What are we playing for, Jordan?
Playing for 39 big ones. 39k up top and the 12k Dracakis diamond ring plus a $1,250 entry into the vault. Second place is going to take home 25k and third will be up over 17,000. So there's heaps and heaps up top to play in this tournament. We've got heaps of people tuning in, messaging from everywhere. We've got a bunch of these guys have already been on final tables already this series. We've got previous winners of tournaments as well. Sean Oy taking down the Goliath in Sydney.
Right, so this is a pretty stacked FT that we've got ourselves.
We've also got Yeater, who's going to be searching for his second trophy of the series. He's already taken down the 5k extreme high roller at the start of the week for 40k. See if he can win another 40 in this one. Sitting third in chips at the moment.
Yeah, that's a good one to win. 5k buy, and that was a pretty tough looking field from what I saw as well. Very impressive to be taking that one out. Not a bad payday for it either.
As we see him opening the King 5 suited from the button. Fletcher decides against the defend, so he's going to take that one down. So we see Sean does have the chip lead at the moment, 1.1 mil. Eugene now short stack with just 15 bigs. Similar to the Goliath though, quite a lot of chips in play.
Yeah, just a couple of short stacks, both above the 10 big blind mark, just shy of that 20 bigs mark. So we could be here for quite some time, Jordan. Could have a long night ahead of us.
Yeah, I definitely think you should get comfortable. I don't think we're going to be going anywhere.
I mean, with almost 40,000 up top, I want to give these guys plenty of time to work their magic. This is the Dracakis Players Championship. So, of course, we want to crown a worthy champion, not just someone that's won a couple of flips. So they're going to have to work for it.
So we see Sean opening the King Queen and Roden defending his big blind. Roden's been pretty active a couple of times already. He's not going to connect with that flop at all. That is all Sean. Roden does check.
He's flopped almost dead here. Imagine he won't be losing any more chips on this one though. C-bet from Sean should take it down. Now, Jordan, we maybe shouldn't do this. But if we're going to do it, we've got to do it early.
See, I've already made my selection.
Who have you got?
Well, I've got the gentleman in seat 1. He was my roommate in Vegas last year, so I can't really not pick him to take this one out. So I do want to see him go heads up with Will. That would be a great outcome in this one.
That certainly would be fun. Now, I think I would like my pick to be Sean, but it feels a little bit too easy to pick the guy that already has over 1 million chips.
Hey, well, last time we had the option to pick the overwhelming chip leader. It didn't quite work out, did it?
No, it didn't. And I'm going to back a different horse to clutch this one as well. I'm going to throw my pick the way of Mr. Shaheen. See, with the ace-4, he's got a little bit of work ahead of him.
He's
one
got
of the
14
shortest stacks.
bigs.
But we saw the epic underdog story materialize today, Jordan. I'm going to back for it again. I reckon Simon's going to spin this stack up, and I reckon he's going to have a nice new piece of jewellery by the time the night's done. Neither player connecting with this flop here. However, either elects to fire a continuation bet. He's probably going to be taking this one down. Bet and take it.
So we've got Nick in the chat cheering Duncan. Duncan's already spun it up from 50k to the stack that he has now. I'll have to get a clarification on exactly how much, but he's already spun it up quite a lot, so he's definitely in it for the long haul. Shout out to Lauren in the chat cheering on Sean. Good to see you, Lauren. Thanks for tuning in. Victor, thanks for watching. You've got a bit of a tentative argument being forced your way in the Twitch chat, though, Corey. I'm going to have to get you to check that when you have a moment, because I don't really feel like it's something that I can really cover. I feel like it's something that you need to look at.
Hey, look, Mum has confirmed she loves us all equally, and that's all that matters.
Yeah, parents say that, but they've always got a favourite.
Well, you'll be pleased to know, Jordan, that, in fact, myself and Josh, neither of us are the favourite. So, still, we're on equal ground.
At least you're honest. As we see Will opening the Queen 8 suited here from the hijack. I'm not honest. I am the favourite. Looks like Fletcher decided against the 6-7 suited. It's going to fold over to Duncan. All of the spades are dead in this flop. In this hand. Gets through.
I'm just going to get out of the way.
We've got Gerald in Facebook saying, sending good vibe to Sean all the way from New York City. That's probably the furthest person away from Australia that we've had tune in so far. Thanks for tuning in, Gerald. And best of luck to Sean. He's got the chips at the moment. He's just got to try and capitalize with them.
Jordan, what is further than New York City? There's not a lot, right?
From here, not much, I don't think. Like, is London further?
I'm going to say yes, but I'm not sure. And it can't be much further. The problem is we're so far away from everything.
Yeah, I don't know. I'm going to have to figure out what is further than New York. I've got this running gag that everything is north of Hobart. Like, seriously, everything in the world is north of Hobart.
Well, I mean, you're not really wrong.
There is nothing in the entire world that is south of Hobart. See Duncan here with the King 5-0 and the small blind. Doesn't want to give Sean any opportunity to mess with him, just folds.
Yeah, he's going to stay out of the way of the chip leader.
Yep.
King 5, definitely a hand that you can justify playing from the small blind, but Duncan decides with Sean on his left to just pass it up. New York City, hey? Appreciate you joining us, Gerald.
Now, I understand you were in America recently, Corey. Did you get the chance to go to New York?
Yeah, we did stop into New York. It's a mind-blowing place. It just doesn't compute how big this place is. I think the population is of like just New York and the sort of the surrounds of New York. Someone can fact check me on this, but I want to say it was something like 2/3 the population of Australia.
Oh wow, that's crazy.
It's absurd. Yeah. Yeah, it's unbelievable. It's skyscrapers as far as the eye can see. Pretty surreal experience.
Quick shout out to Threatlight in the Twitch chat saying good luck to Simon and Triggs from Koh Samui. Everywhere all over the world.
Is that further than New York?
I don't know. I'm not very good with my geography.
No, neither am I. All I know, Jordan, is that everything's north of Hobart.
Yeah, everything. Everything is north of Hobart. I mean, I've got a housemate that could name you every single capital of every country at the drop of a hat, but I don't know which way's up, so I'm not really much help.
I mean, that's close enough.
So we see it fold around once again to Duncan. Shout out Brenton in the chat. Thanks for tuning in. Let's go, Will. Looks like Sean is going to be blind v blind with Michelle. Queen Jack versus the King 5.
Not a bad hand either.
Weighing up his options, what the best decision is. It is 30 bigs effective. Given how short Simon and Eugene are, he may be considering whether or not he just jams this. Nope, decides on a limp. As blinds have gone up to 6k, 12k, so Michelle does only have 25 bigs.
Yeah, jam here definitely works. It's not necessary. Slimp's definitely a perfectly fine way to play this hand as well, but Sean decided that he didn't want to play the hand out of position. He could definitely opt to just pile the chips in, and it's hard for Michelle to really do anything about it, given the other short stacks around. As things are playing out, though, Sean's managed to catch the top pair against the second pair of Michelle. He's in a nice spot here to pick up a couple of extra chips.
He's played it in a perfect way to be able to get value with having a hand that was behind pre-flop. Darren reckons Sean and Fletcher heads up. We're going to have to see what happens. I think I've got 7 other guys at the table that are going to try everything they can to let that not happen. As we see, Sean does find the check raise after limping blind v blind. Michelle must think this is a bit peculiar. And Michelle's been put through the ringer so far already. He had that 7s hand earlier against Will, where he paid off a river bet when Will had aces, and now he's being put in this spot against Sean.
Real tricky blind versus blind as well. Ranges are just so wide. It's hard to put your opponent on anything specific. There's so many possibilities. can make it really complicated and difficult to navigate. Wow,
Does make a
Michelle's going to
disciplined
make
fold
a
though.
great fold.
No, not all of our dealers are this good looking, just this one specifically. Does a great job, as always.
Now,
Tom is one of
Sean
the
probably
best.
actually winning. Sean probably actually winning the minimum on that hand there. If he elected to just bet flop himself, he might have been able to squeeze either a bigger bet or perhaps one more barrel out of Michelle on the turn. He does take the pot down regardless, and he's going to extend that chip lead.
Breno reckons Will and Yeeta heads up. Yeah, that would be a fun one to watch. Sean and Fletch would be fun to watch as well. There are so many different heads up battles that I'd love to see at this table. Shout out Jimmy Briggs. Thanks for tuning in. Evening, Russ. Thanks for tuning in once again. Saw you here earlier for the Goliath. As we go to a flop here. Roden does
And this is
outflop Fletcher.
This is a limped pot, actually.
I'm not sure whether it was a limped pot because I saw multiple orange chips get put in from Fletcher. And I think the big blind probably would have just checked if it was a limped pot. So I think there was a
Yep.
raise and a call. And
You
as
make
it
a great
plays, Roden has outflopped Fletcher. This is the second hand these guys are going to be playing together, and Roden doesn't really want to go anywhere. He's going to find a quick call. Off to a turn card. Ace would be pretty catastrophic for Fletcher. It's not an ace, it's a 9. So Fletcher does pick up a gut shot as well as the nut flush blocker for the backdoor nut flush draw. Gifted Guru saying, good luck, fellas. Thanks for tuning in. Roden checks back, and the river is the 7 of spades. So any 10 makes a straight, and Fletcher also blocks the nut flush. It's a very interesting run out because he's kind of got to think what he is going to be ahead of that Roden calls the flop with. Because there's not really much there. No. It would be because 10-9 is ahead now. Queen 10 makes a straight on the turn. Hands like an 8 on the flop usually would be correlating with 8-9 or 8-7 or 10-8 suited. So I'm not really sure what he thinks he's kind of beating here, apart from exclusively a deuce. But also he's got to wonder what he's representing when he checks the turn and then barrels the river. What does he do with his nut flush draw on the turn? Is he just going to always check that, or is he going to barrel? These are the things that Roden needs to kind of think about when he's weighing up his decision here.
And this is a big bet on the river. This is over pot size.
It's a very polar bet. He's basically just saying he's got the nut flush and he's trying to stack a 10.
It's a big portion of Roden's stack to make the call. He can only beat a pure bluff. He's got to ask himself as well, would Fletcher ever turn a pair into a bluff? Because if that's the case, you can run into some pretty embarrassing situations where you make the hero call and you lose to something like ace-7.
Well, the issue is when the one-liner gets there on the river and the flush draw gets there as well, there are just so many one-pair hands that just want to try and show down versus other pairs. So it's an interesting one. Fletcher takes the 1.6x overbet, gets the job done, and I guess we'll never know. Gets it through.
And
There have been some pretty inventive bluffs on the stream so far today. I mean, we saw Cooper run a clinic with a bunch of bluffs on the heads up battle at the Goliath. Now we've got the ace queen overbet with the ace of spades blocker. As we see, it looks like Will had a card exposed, so he's going to get an extra one.
I think he just didn't like it.
Yeah.
He used his one special power.
Yeah. Andrew's saying that Sean Oy is not from this world. He's sitting right there. He always seems to be on final tables, though. He's always running deep in all of these tournaments. Definitely an incredibly talented player.
Yeah, we've seen a lot of final table photos with Sean featuring as of late. Guy seems to be unstoppable.
Looks like Eugene's decided to rip it in with the Queen Jack O. Oh, he's found a call with the Queen Jack O blind be blind. Interesting.
Yeah.
He does have almost 10 bigs. He hit it with the King 7 offsuit. Looks like he is just going to rip. And now Eugene has to decide whether or not he wants to run it with his last 10 bigs.
You're probably expecting this limp to be
pretty weak.
A whole lot of weak holdings. And maybe an occasional trap. But he probably expects this to get through a very high percentage of the time. Now, if it had just gone open shove, Yeeta is going to call off his hand anyway. For 10 bigs blind versus blind. So he's more than happy for the chips to be in the middle. He certainly doesn't want to get snap called because he'll know that's bad news.
Oh, definitely. Got a guy in the chat saying Fletcher Smith is the GOAT. You know what his account name is, Corey? His account name is Fletcher Smith is the GOAT.
Now that's dedication.
You guys in the Twitch chat are just too inventive. Just like Roden's really inventive with his under the gun one limp here with 10s. Sean with 4s on the hijack. I wouldn't hate an over limp here. Looks like he's going to do something a little bit different. Looks like he does raise it up, and I just think he's going to get limp jammed on quite a lot here.
Have we seen many limps from Roden so far on this final table?
No, this is the first one.
Right. So alarm bells probably need to be ringing here.
Yeah, if I was Sean, I definitely would have preferred an over limp and Yeeta.
Oh boy.
Yeeta with queens again. Last time he had queens, he found a fold facing a 4-bet jam from Fletcher with ace king. So this is the second time he's had them on this final table.
The way that this plays out, Roden may just get away from his 10s. He may go from going for a creative limp pre-flop to losing the absolute minimum. But of course, that's yet to be seen. I wouldn't be shocked to see the chips just go in.
Looks like Yeeta is going to count out a 3-bet, not a 4-bet, a 3-bet, given that Roden did limp initially. Now, Roden with 10s, this is a very peculiar spot when you've limped facing an open and a 3-bet.
Yeah, I mean, the plan, I'm sure, was to limp jam. Now he's got to be reassessing that.
Yeah. Yeeta is never folding for the amount that he's put in already. Roden only has 100. Roden has 240k in his stack. So Yeeta would only need to put in 90k more, and that is what he does. He still rips.
Yeah, and he does elect to go for it. Sean can easily get out of the way. Yeeta.
And Yeeta just calls.
Makes the call.
Yep.
He's going to get the good news.
So we see queens, 84% favorite here against the 10s. Ace A6, still ahead for now.
Inconsequential 5.
Oh, 4-side, but not a 10.
We are going to lose Roden. 9th place. $3,850.
Our first bust out on this final table. And Yeeta is going to add some chips. Nearing that 800k mark, he's going to become a bit of a force to be reckoned with. Sportelli, you reckon that Yeeta runs too pure? Don't say that to him. Don't. Just next time you see him, go up to him and say, "Oh man, you run so good." It's going to be very funny. I'm looking forward to it.
Now, while we've got quite the sweat on this final table so far, with almost $40,000 up top, there's a couple other poker players that might be sweating the result here as well. And Jordan, I'm not sure if you know about it or not, but there's currently an Australian Poker Fantasy League in the running.
I heard about
And
this, yeah.
half of our remaining players are drafted on fantasy teams.
Okay.
We have Yeeta, Sean, Will, and Michelle. All are drafted on an Australian Poker Fantasy League team.
Yeah, right, okay. Eugene looks like he's going to rip over the open from Michelle, 10 bigs. And Michelle is going to hate this.
Yeah, this is a bit awkward. Price is getting us pretty good with the King 10 offsuit. He's not going to be loving the situation. He is dominated here.
All right, Fletcher Smith is the GOAT. Going a bit nuts in the Twitch chat. Something about John's elbow. I'm not entirely sure what this is about. Yes, I heard about the Fantasy League. It sounds like an amazing lot of fun. Hopefully it is going pretty well.
Yeah, it's definitely a blast.
Are you part of it, Corey?
I am in it, yep. My team so far has actually done incredibly. We have over $400,000 in cashes since the beginning of the Fantasy League team. I also, funnily enough, am right down the bottom of the leaderboard as virtually none of my cashes count.
I found out that that I was somebody that you could have been drafted in the fantasy league, but apparently I was valued at less than the price of a cappuccino, so that's fair enough. I'm just gonna sit at home
Jordan,
at my desk, commentate from afar.
if we see you at a poker tournament at some point, Jordan, then
yeah,
maybe someone will pick you up at the halftime season exchange.
You make a very good point. I'm retired, or something starting with R. Anyway, as we see Sean open the Jack 9 suited, up to 24k. Yeah, Spotelli reckons that all of my wins are overseas. Yeah, that's a pretty good point. Can't do anything back in this country. Simon with the Queen 6-0 is not going to find a defend. Brent Hawkins up the elbow. All right, and I need an explanation as to what this John's elbow thing is. Can somebody fill me in either by private message or in the... I don't want anybody to get banned if it's something bad. I just really want to know what it is, okay? Liam, I could be a good cheerleader. Be there for moral support, you know? The only thing that would happen if I got drafted to a fantasy team would be that the team's knowledge, intelligence, and attractiveness would go down. And also the average cashes. Eugene now with kings. A little over 15 bigs. Yeeta with Queen 10 suited.
See how Eugene elects to play this, if he's going to go for a small open, or if he's just going to rip the lot in.
Looks like he is going to find a 2.5x, which is a bit peculiar. We haven't seen this yet. Haven't seen a non-min open yet, so this is a bit interesting. And it's going to fold over to the blinds. And it's going to get no love from anybody.
Yeah, Eugene going to pick up the minimum there, unfortunately. Be nice to have chips going his direction, but I'm sure he would have enjoyed it being a slightly bigger pot.
All right, so Fletcher's representing John's Elbow. It's our poker team. He's our master. I don't know if I've ever wanted to call a bluff faster in my entire life. If it's one of those "if you say so" moments.
Yeah,
I do not believe you.
Yeah, I got nothing on this one, Jordan. So Jordan, turns out your facts are only mostly correct. You certainly could be drafted, and Tony Ho lets us know that, in fact, you were drafted to his team. So you probably owe Tony
really?
2 apologies. One for not knowing, and one for
Tony!
not playing any tournaments.
I'm so sorry, mate. I didn't know. My apologies. I'll have to fire a tournament sometime soon to try and get you some points. Oh no. Oh no, I'm sorry, mate. Oh. As we see, Will takes the lead on the 10-8 deuce flop. Sean does defend his big blind with the ace-6.
Yeah, no love for him on this flop, though.
5 on the turn doesn't improve anything.
Check.
We're probably checking to try and get Sean to stab at it. Looks like he's giving it some thought. Yeah, it looks like he will reach for chips. It's gonna have to be something pretty creative to be able to get Will off this 8, though. I think Will has checked this flop with the intention to try and get Sean to fire chips in. And after
he's certainly not following the turn.
No, and then after he's checked the flop, there's going to be a lot of hands, especially on that river, that I don't think he's going to be able to get Will to fold. It's one of the kind of worst river cards to try and bluff somebody off. So many of the middling hands that were floating either improve in some way, like your Jack-9 suited, your Queen-Jack suited, your Queen-Jack O's. Looks like he's going to try, though. He bet 35k.
This probably needed to be a big size if he was going to get Will to fold.
Yeah, I think Will's just going to flick this in and he's going to see the good news. It's a nice pot to pick up and a little bit of a misstep there from Sean, I think. I probably just don't try and bluff for that size. I can't believe I got tried. Tony, can you send me a message and send me the team that I'm on? That's funny. Will's biggest fan is in the chat. You want me to get you some bonbon Sportelli? You can dance around for us. It'll be great. Shout out once again to Fletcher Smith as the GOAT on Twitch, saying that we're the GOAT commentators, Corey. That's a big thing to throw around.
And that's a big compliment.
It's this guy named Nick in America who I think might have something to say about that.
Hey, we'll take it.
Liam with a comment saying, just don't bluff Will. I asked him to help me with my laundry and he denied my request. I don't fold anything. Ha 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 ha. Ha ha. I do the jokes, mate. It's all right.
Yeah, that microphone that didn't quite work before in the Goliath. Jordan sabotaged it.
Yeah. Oh, Liam's trying to talk. Let's just have that not happen, please. Liam knows I love him. As we see the 10-3 deuce board, no pair for either player. Eugene still in the lead with ace high. Whoa, Nick! Thanks for the kind words.
Very polarizing time in the chat here, Jordan.
I could tell stories about Mr. Nick Nichols that you guys don't want to hear about, so you better be nice to me or I'll start firing shots. And good to see you in the chat, mate. Definitely need to catch up soon. I need to come down and play some rotation with you guys on a Friday night on the Gold Coast. Sounds like a lot of fun. Adrian wants me to give you guys a corny joke. I don't know any corny jokes.
I didn't know you for a corny joke kind of guy, Jordan.
No. It's my least favorite vegetable anyway. I haven't spoken to Nick in ages and he just throws me under the bus? Come on, man.
Came in firing.
So you see it fold over to Sean on the button with the ace 9-0. Eugene is going to defend his big blind. Relatively short, still sub 20 big blinds. Pretty good flop for a big blind defense. He's just going to check it though.
Yeah.
Wouldn't have hated to have seen a donk here. Definitely can donk these types of boards. So good for the big blind defense. Sean's going to check back. Does have the ace of hearts. 3 on the turn does give Sean additional outs as a gut shot.
Really like to see Eugene start betting here, building this pot. Top 2 pairs, a pretty monstrous hand. This is a very, very connected board. Quick fold from Sean. It's a couple of big hands for Eugene in this last orbit or so, but he's not able to win any big pots out of it. It is keeping him afloat, though, that's for sure. Comes to just shy of the 300,000 chip mark.
Sportelli's asking me to tell you my pasta joke. You want to hear my pasta joke, Corey?
I'd love to hear it, Jordan. Hit me with it.
I told my girlfriend that I was going to make a car out of spaghetti.
All right.
She called me an idiot. You should have seen her face when I drove past her.
Oh.
Oh, they only get worse. They only get worse.
Completely unrelated, but could you just let me know exactly how you sabotaged that microphone and if it's possible to do it remotely?
Fletcher with 7, Simon with aces. Simon is the shorty at the table. He's got 7.5 bigs. He's going to be really stoked to see these cards. Easy decisions here.
Yeah, this is great news for the commentator's pick. He's going to be putting the chips in and he's going to be getting called. Fletcher priced in. Sportelli seems to have loved that one, Jordan. He mustn't have ever heard it before.
As we see, Simon is just going to rip it in. Back around to Fletcher, and he's giving it a bit of a shrug. Knows that he has to put the chips in, doesn't like it.
Simon in great shape for a double up here. This will get him back to almost 20 big blinds. All he's got to do is fade a 7. Clean flop so far. Just one live out for Fletcher. That 7 of spades being folded already. It's going to run out clean. I told you, Jordan, Simon is going to spin that stack to the moon. Step 1 down. He's got himself off the bottom of the leaderboard. back up to almost 19 big blinds. Let's see him continue to spin.
Michelle in the Twitch chat is saying that joke is macaroni elbow funny. Am I missing something there? Macaroni elbow.
I tried really hard, but I'm not putting two and two together here.
Oh, pasta. Okay, it was just a pasta reference. Got Autobot Jazz cheering for Simon as well. Everybody asking for a hold. Let's go. Matt Gin, thanks for tuning in. Mr. Fogarty as well, always in chat. Tony's going to trade me after the pasta joke. Oh, man. Is there a trade period? I'm actually curious about this whole thing. If there's a trade period, that'd be sick.
Yeah, there is. Yep, there's a
wow.
mid-season trade period.
When's that exactly?
So, good question, but don't worry about it. You're getting traded.
Wonderful. That sounds good to me. As we see Duncan here with fives and a little under 20 bigs. Sean does have the nut no pair though. Duncan's going to find an open. I think Sean is going to take the aggressive route here. Does 3-bet the ace king. It's going to fold back to Duncan, it looks like. So I understand that Joseph Pearsall is in charge of the Australian Fantasy Poker League, and there is a 1 week trade in the week of the 17th of July. So any of you guys interested in learning a little bit more about this, like I am, this is really interesting. Might have to get amongst it next year. Do international tournaments count, Joseph? I'm curious.
Oh, I know all about that, Jordan. Don't you worry about that. International tournaments most certainly do not count.
Okay.
I believe my team have 3 international trophies. They also have trophies and a third place finish in a teams event. That also doesn't count.
All you guys that are watching on Facebook, by the way, you've just seen Joseph post the Australian Poker Fantasy League page in the chat. Go give him a like. If you want to learn more about it, just message it in there. Definitely something you guys should check out. Sounds like a lot of fun. I know that there are a number of guys that are on a number of teams. Especially if there's guys at this table that are going to be over in Vegas for the World Series. Yeeta is one of them. Will is another. So going to have to see what's going to happen there with those points. Doesn't look like they're going to be added to anything as Yeeta opens the Jack-6 suited. Fletcher with 4s, definitely a hand that you're going to want to defend from the big. Looks like it is a defend. Off for the flop we go. So you see a check from Fletcher on Yeeta now. That is bottom set.
Yeah, huge flop here for Fletcher.
That is bottom set.
Fortunately for Yeeta, he is swift.
Yeah, I don't think he's going to get much here from Yeeta.
Yeah, this 16k might be the extent of the losses.
Oh, he's just finding the flat. That's cheeky. Oh, that is the worst turn for Yeeta.
Oh, boy.
Yeeta is going to be firing it in, and I think he's going to face a pretty sizable check raise on this turn.
He picks up some outs, but he's almost just destined to lose more chips at this point.
Looks like Yeater is reaching for chips. Fires out once more. Looks to be 80k. 85k. It's a pretty big bet. Almost a full pot size bet. Nope, 77. I will get there eventually. 3/4 the size of the pot.
Yeah, pretty big size here, and Fletcher is thinking about how big to make it.
Wow, looks like he just calls.
Very risky.
There is another queen.
Very connected board. But Fletcher is going to be rewarded with the full house for his bravery. And this is perhaps the only way that Yeater loses a big pot here. Credit for Fletcher for giving his opponent the room to make an error.
Giving it some thought. Scott, I wonder what Fletcher does with hands like Queen 10, King Queen. Does give up. Nice give up. Now, what does Fletcher do with King Queen O, Queen 10 O, Queen? Yeah, all of those hands are definitely hands that he can have, as well as Queen 4 suited.
Yeah, for sure.
Very disciplined check back from Yeater. Got a bunch of updates regarding the Fantasy League. Players know if they've been drafted. Well, I didn't, so I don't think so. Apparently, points stay with the team if players get traded out. Sounds like Liam wants to add Duncan to his lineup. Fletcher Smith is the GOAT on Twitch, is saying that's why he's the GOAT. The GOAT. And Liam is using acronyms in the chat because he really wants to. Very well played, Yeater. Liam must be very exhausted from the last few days of playing. He doesn't want to use full words. That's fair enough.
It's been a big few days.
Yeah. Well, so get this. He wins the 2K shot clock and then instantly jumps into the main.
Yep. No rest for the wicked, Jordan.
That is dedication.
Man is on a mission.
Yeah. As you see, Will open the 7-3 suited from the button. Simon with his new chips. King 8 offsuit.
Imagine we'll be seeing a defend here against a button open. He does make the call. I'm a much stronger hand here. And wow, look at this flop. Talk about the sexy boys, Jordan. They're out in force today.
Quite a few of them.
Simon well in front here with the king high. But Will isn't going to make it easy for him. He's going to fire a continuation bet. I think this is definitely small enough Simon can come along.
What do you think of this size here?
I mean, does kind of make sense. Wow.
Ooh.
Look at this.
Ooh, Phoebe. Nice work. Surely you get a bonus. Surely. Can somebody start a petition to get Phoebe a bonus for dealing quads on the board? Put an ace out there. Put an ace out there one time.
If you guys were wondering how our milkshakes are, I can guarantee they are bringing the boys to the yard.
No, they're not. My goodness. And Will's just going to keep going. Simon
Yeah.
only loses to ace high. He certainly can't lose
Yeah.
to a full house anymore.
Yeah, this could get really tricky. Simon has the second nuts, but it's not really that hard to have the nut.
This
That
is
being
great.
said,
I love hands like this.
yeah, this is very much everyone knows exactly what's going on. They just aren't sure which cards they're up against.
Yep. And Simon is going to call. Off to a river we go. Ace! Oh! Chop it up! Chop it up, ladies and
Wow.
gentlemen.
Look at this. See, smile on Simon's face.
Phoebe, what are you doing?
That's fantastic. Now, I don't know who this river actually saved.
I think
It's
it definitely
either
saved Will.
one
I think
Will
Will
half
was
the top.
100% going to go for it. What a crazy board. That is
Chop
awesome.
it up.
Nifty guy called Guy saying, I've never seen that in my life. Neither have I. I don't think I've ever seen that live. Ever.
No,
I've
I
seen
don't-
quads on
I
the
don't think-
board, but I've never seen choppable quads on the board.
Yeah, I don't think I've
That's
seen
crazy.
quads ace kicker on the board before. That's pretty special.
That's fantastic. Oh, that got me very excited. I thought that was great. Can we get more of that, please?
That was spectacular.
Everybody's a winner.
These guys need to make sure that Phoebe gets tipped for this.
Yeah, oh definitely. That was cool.
That was a lot of fun.
That was great. Anyway, back into the serious stuff.
Yeah, back to the poker.
Yes, but Adrian makes a very good point in the Twitch chat. Will running good as usual. Yeah, look, I mean, look at it, Will. I don't really know many opportunities that he runs bad. The topic of not running bad, Sean's about to open 10-8 of diamonds, but Michelle has ace-queen, less than 20 bigs. I think this is just going to be biscuits in the middle type thing.
He's up against the chip leader, which can be a little bit scary, but also he's the guy that you know is going to be opening the widest.
Puts in the call?
Looks like Michelle's going to elect to play it slowly. Doesn't want to put his tournament life at risk. It is against an under the gun open, but
I mean, you just put in 10% of your stack, giving the big blind the opportunity to see the flop. I think I just prefer a rip here. There's 5 big blinds dead.
yeah, I'm certainly going to be playing this as a jam.
Yeah.
I can understand why Michelle is electing to play this slowly.
You literally get to
I
jam
think-
and add 25% to your stack. It's just, yeah, I don't know. As we see, Sean does check. Michelle now. Sean did check raise against Michelle before. Not going to be the case this time on the king turn. Definitely a card that favors Sean. However, if Michelle is flatting ace queen from this position, who knows if he's got ace king or king queen in his range. He does find the call.
And Sean going to squeeze a bit of value out of this pair of eights.
4 on the river.
Blank river card.
Doesn't change anything. Looks like Sean is going to bet again. Very small bet, just 1/3, trying to get a crying call from ace high. Michelle has paid off a spot like this already once against Will. Be interesting to see what he does this time as he sees just in the pain box. Probably wishing that he jammed this hand pre.
Michelle
Gotta wonder
calls and
what
loses
bluffs.
here. He's seeing about 10 big blinds.
I mean, for this price, it just feels so value-y. And he does let it go. Nice
Yeah,
disciplined
fold there
fold.
from Michelle.
So he is now our short stack. Simon sub 20 and Duncan sub 20 as well. See it folding over to Will and over to Fletcher. Double glances at the clock, probably just double checking what the blinds are. Sides against it.
Simon does have the button, but he is a bit short to be playing the 7-4 suited. He's going to give it up.
Would have been opening into the chip leader, so Duncan
Yes.
also decides against it, just folding the 3-2 suited.
Smile on Simon's face.
DB, what?
The rich get richer. Sean going to take that one down uncontested. Nice hand here for Will. Ace-9 suited. In an early position, but that's not going to stop him with a hand as nice as this. Bumps it to 33. Now, blinds have ticked over to 8K, 16K. This is basically a min open. Around to the blinds now. Chip leader, Sean in the small with the Jack-9. Thinking it over, but decides against it. Michelle with the 5-4 suited. Don't think he's going to be folding this. Oh, wow, and he does.
Clear defend. That is clear defend. Even though you've got less than 10 big blinds, 5-4 suited can flop so well.
Yeah, we can actually defend pretty wide off of these short stacks. So it's going to be really, really easy to play our hands and realize our equity post-flop. The hand like 5-4 suited, if you catch a piece, you're going with it. And if you whiff, you can easily fold. You just have to flick in the one big blind and see if it's a spot you're taking or not on the flop.
Get it with jacks.
Jordan. Yeah.
Don't.
You're back again.
No, don't. Does just open. To what looks to be 32K. Will with the snap fold of the King Jack.
It's good discipline against an early position open.
Around a Duncan with ace king.
Oh, wow.
Sean with 9s. Wow, this is huge. Duncan does jam. Sean with 9s.
Now, this jam is only for 10 big blinds. Now, it's not crazy to think that Sean could get involved here with a hand as strong as 9s. Yeater opening from under the gun definitely is some cause for concern. Sean has quite the stack in front of him. Definitely can afford to be a little more speculative than some of the other players at the table. He's definitely going to consider that he's going to be likely ahead of Duncan. We see Michelle folding one of the ace kings outs. We saw
this is huge.
Will folded a king as well as a jack. So we've got an ace, a king, and a jack, all dead. Round to Yeater now, and he's got to decide what to do.
I'm really not sure what to do here in Yeater's shoes. It's a pretty weird spot. Looks like he just called. So we're going to see a flop three ways here. Duncan
Yeah,
with the
Yeater-
potential to triple up.
Yeater maybe a little bit worried about a potential trap from Sean. Doesn't want to jam and get snap called. Especially with all these short stacks still around the table.
As we see, Duncan
And-
takes the lead.
Yep, despite
King 6-6.
two of his outs already being folded, he does manage to find the king on the flop. He's going to take the lead. I imagine this is just going to get checked through unless one of these guys manage to boat up. Inconsequential
Not on that
three.
turn. Not on that river. So Duncan is going to triple up here.
Huge spot for Duncan. He's
Crazy.
going to be
There was a king folded pre and an ace folded pre. Had only 4 outs and he managed to find one of them.
Yeah, and he'd be feeling pretty good seeing this go check, 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 check after catching that flop. And once it checks down, he's going to be pretty confident. He's going to show his hand and he's going to see that it is in fact the winner. Huge triple up for Duncan there.
Thank you for the clarification, Sportelli, that we're both correct about defending 5-4 from the big blind versus a min race. Yep, thank you. And Liam is surprised the king came. Usually it doesn't know when you're all in on. Yeah, I'm sorry about that, Liam. That was brutal. Let me just tag a guy and make sure he knows that he's to blame. I feel like hang on. Ben Turner. There we go. I love causing drama. Duncan, back in the driver's seat. 560k. Easy game. Oh, thanks for letting us know. I will see what we can do.
Hey, Six asking what's up with the mics. Actually, that's just our voices. But no, we will get that checked. See if we can get everything fixed up for you guys.
Let us know if you guys can hear everything now. I think we've just made a quick update as we see Sean opening the ace queen. Yeater in the big line with ace 3-0.
Imagine we'll see him defend this one.
Hey?
3-bet
Yeah,
bluff
what are you
time. Let's
Oh.
go, Yeater ace
Oh,
3-0.
more than I thought.
Unfortunate timing. Up to 120k.
Pretty gangster to pull this against the chip leader. Unfortunately for Yeater, he's run into a little bit here. Sean with a real deal hand this time. We know how wide Sean is going to be opening, given that he is the chip leader at this point, but he's got a real deal hand. He does elect to put in the jam. Yeater's going to have to get out of the way. What do you think about this jam, Jordan? Are you preferring a jam, or do you think it's maybe better to just call here and take a post?
Unbelievable.
I wouldn't hate a jam. I mean, Yeater can't really call off many hands at all, given the short stacks. So basically, it's putting a lot of pressure on Yeater's stack, but also it's a pretty good hand to potentially put a lot of pressure on Yeater's hands like jacks and tens.
Gonna look like a
Obviously,
genius on
kings
the
plus
screen.
is never folding,
Not a nit.
but yeah, I like it.
Applies
a lot of pressure.
I got
Yeah,
told
Thanks
that
for the
like
confirmation,
last
Russell.
night.
Do have venue audio again, that's
3
good.
yards, yeah,
On our
exactly.
end, we can't really
Oh, did he?
hear any venue audio.
I'll show you something.
Because
What,
of the call that we're in, but that's
I
fine.
never
As
fold.
long as you guys can hear, that's
Oh,
all
he
that matters.
bluffed you, huh?
I thought for sure he'd have a flush there.
I
I mean,
don't know what he had. Sneaky. Mate said he blocked me. Fair enough.
Shout out to Clint cheering on Duncan.
I'll get bluffed again.
Yeah, well, sometimes you got to get bluffed, man. you.
Seven.
They fell down, so might as well.
Yeah,
Folds
yeah.
around to Yeater in the
Can't
small
go too
blind.
wide.
Well, these guys are going to be playing a pot.
Yeah, that's a pretty nice looking hand.
Both of them are pretty nice.
Both,
Looking. Looks like
yeah.
Yeater is just going to limp Blimey blind. I think Will is going to be raising it up to probably around 40k. The side's on 50.
Yeah, they're not going to be folding this.
Definitely not. Gonna see a flop, 100k in the middle. Which, I don't know if it could get much better for Yeater without him just flopping a straight flush, because he flops top pair, gut shot straight flush draw. Turns the brick, flop goes check check.
Yeah, that's a pretty clear advantage the way of one of these players. Monster flop here for Yeater. Will is going to check back the flop. Two flush draws on board now. Very, very connected board.
Very scary board. He's definitely got to wonder whether or not Will would check an overpair on this flop. And given Will's body language, doesn't look like he's going to want to continue. Yeah, down it goes.
It shows 9, 10 o'clock.
He just shows him how strong his hand was.
9, 10 o'clock.
10, 9 o'clock.
Back up over 500k for Yeater.
Yeah, definitely staying relevant. Still just 3 players below that 20 big blind mark at the moment.
Four folds. Seven folds.
Couple of king fives in the mix here.
8 fold, 9
See them
fold.
get out of the way. Pair here for Eugene though.
Mate, Eugene
And
with
he's not
deuces
going to
for
play that either.
14 bigs just folds. Yeater with ace 10-0. Definitely won't be folding this one.
One raise, 36,000.
Finds a raise.
See if the big blind picks up anything worth playing. Take a peek.
Yeah,
Jack
Fletcher
nine
will
offsuit.
definitely going to defend this one, I think.
Definitely worth at least another 20,000.
Oh,
Well, there you go.
huh. Seems very tight.
Now,
What do you guys reckon in
I
the
just-
chat? You defending Jack 9-0 off of 35
need,
bigs versus a button open?
I just need to know what Sportelli thinks.
Yeah,
that one.
Sportelli, what do you
Um,
think about that one? That one's important. I really, really want to see your thoughts on that one.
Yeah. Are we supposed to defend the Jack 9?
Jack 9-0
Let us-
facing a
let us
button
know.
open, 35 bigs effective, okay? Looking forward to your response in 30 words or less. WWSD. What would Sportelli do?
6 fold, 7 fold, 8 fold.
As we see it fold over to Eugene. King 10 suited, didn't open the deuces the previous hand.
C9 raise, 32,000.
Looks like it's going to raise
have
it up
got-
to around 32k.
Have got the confirmation from Sportelli.
That's a, yep, definitely defending that one all day long. 1000%. Over to Simon with the queen do so.
Okay.
Flicks him in slowly, not going to defend this one.
Eugene going to pick up a nice little pot there.
Adrian reckons the Jack 9 has super potential on almost every flop.
Definitely a hand that plays well.
Probably in bad shape. Probably suited.
Too easy. Not long at all. You're going back home before you go. You're not. Very nice.
7 race 32.
Are you an NRL fan, Corey?
Not a big one. I will watch the occasional game. I always watch the finals and the State of Origin, but I'm not a die-hard fan by any stretch.
Yeah. The
Why is
Dolphins
that?
beat the Dragons. Pretty big result for all you NRL fans. Dolphins a brand new team this year. They're absolutely crushing it. Oh, Roran, welcome to the chat. Thanks for tuning in. Congratulations on your win, I believe, a couple of nights ago. So we see that Fletcher has been the most face up about his cards so far, and Eugene not really giving out any info.
I'm enjoying it. Traveling.
Those are actually some pretty high showdown percentages all around. A lot of these hands are being dictated by the cards themselves. Just judging from those numbers alone.
Alrighty, players in the JR marking group, 2 Terminator, your blinds are now going 2,000, 4,000 with a 4,000 big blind empty. That's 2,000, 4,000, 4,000 for the Terminator.
As we see it fold over to Fletcher in the cutoff at the ace-3 suited, definitely going to open this one up.
3 race to 32,000.
Simon over and out, definitely going to be folding. Duncan with 6s.
Starting there with about 30 big blinds.
Or with Sean
A little
with
bit of
King
an awkward
Queen,
stack
this could be
size with the
interesting.
sixes, but
Sean could apply quite a lot of pressure with King Queen here. Depends on what Duncan decides to do. A call would be probably the best option.
I think so.
And 6 calls 32.
Looks like he agrees.
On Sean now.
Sean with King Queen, what are you doing here with King Queen?
3-bet is going to be very powerful. In fact, he could even get away with just jamming. And that's going to show a profit in this spot. His opponents just have to fold so many hands because of the ICM implications of this spot. This 3-bet also going to be very effective. A little bit lower risk as he's not committed for the whole 500,000 chips if he does run into it. Probably be able to generate
Yeah, I know, it's tilting up.
almost as many
No,
folds
I hate
with
these
this
high tables.
150k.
That's what, like, I sit like this
Yeah,
on
the
line
interesting
now,
thing about
over
this
there.
size is that if it does get called by either of these guys, the stack to pot ratio on the flop is going to be almost 1 to 1.
It's uncomfortable. I'm trying to concentrate.
It's going to have to be very careful post-flop play.
Oh yeah, I think these guys
Oh,
have to
wow.
decide whether they're
4-bet
wasting
jam.
the whole lot. And yeah, this
4-bet
is
jam with ace-3 suited. Holy moly, Fletcher.
this is pretty gangster, Jordan.
Wow, that is sick. Show a 3.
Yeah, so this is the one reason where that jam can be a bit more powerful. Now it's a lot
I
of
was
chips.
thinking
I'm
of
definitely
showing
not
that.
saying it's the only way to play this
Rondo,
hand.
you Give me back
But
in the mixed
it's
trees, man.
impossible to
What
get
are we doing
blocked
here?
off the hand afterward.
can't
And
take
your opponents are just going to have to fold, even some really strong hands, because of the presence of the short stacks and these pay jumps that are looming.
Because we play so much
Yeah, but he did it against the
Correct
one
to
guy
Fletcher
that's
there.
not pressured. He did it against the
Heads
one
up,
guy that's
heads
not
up.
pressured by that. Sean's got all the
Look at
chips.
heads up, you know,
Fletcher's got a
got
3 in his
the
hand. It's like, you know what, let's just
Yeah, heads up.
gamble.
And that's Melbourne.
Let's just get it in there. Let's just run it. If you got ace queen, what are you gonna do?
Boys on the
Enjoy the rush, otherwise you can't.
You got ace 10, what are you gonna do? You're gonna call? You're not calling.
You love those.
I wish he did show the 3 though, it would have been really gangster.
And
You
would
see
have been
Eugene with ace jack. Looks like Eugene's gonna open this one up. Doesn't really want to do any jamming as of yet. He had deuces before for 14 bigs, didn't jam.
Yeah, he's going to stick with him, going to open. Ace 5 suited for Yeeta here.
1,
It's a little bit awkward against the short stack of Eugene. He elects to just get out of the way.
6 folds, 7 folds.
Back over to the blinds. Michelle with ace queen. And this is going to be a scenario where he's going to want to put it all in with ace queen. And I don't think Eugene's going to be folding for another 70k.
No, he's going to be running this. Sportelli asking which hands don't fold. Just clarify exactly what you mean for me, Sportelli. Which player is folding? Do you mean for Sean, or do you mean
I think he's talking about Sean. Yeah.
Yeah, just let me know exactly what you mean there, Sportelli. I'll get back to it after this hand.
As Eugene is in the cage. Pain box. Not really having much fun here. Yeah, so Adrian wants to know when the ace-3 jams, what hands don't fold in Sean's position? Ace-king doesn't fold. Does ace-queen fold?
Ace-queen is a pretty dicey spot. It's getting a great price, which is the tricky bit. So the question is if Sean thinks that he's ever actually up against a hand like ace-3. If he thinks that there's many bluffs, then he's going to have to run the ace-queen. If he doesn't give his opponent credit for finding the light 4-bet jams, the ace-queen can just get out of the way. And he can just call with ace-king, maybe call with something like 10s plus. But the 4-bet jam from Fletcher there looks very strong. So you've got to give
As
him
we
credit
see, Eugene
that.
does make the call. He's going to see bad news. Michelle looking like he's poised to find a double. Second time lucky maybe with the ace-queen. Wasn't able to quite find it against Sean earlier.
There were 4 of them before.
Doesn't help either player. 5 for a chop. And that is going to be the double for Michelle, and Eugene is going to be near the bottom of our leaderboard now.
You are very welcome, Sportelli. Thank you for the great question.
I don't know if I should fold it.
Russell Fogarty asking about ace-9 calling, ace-10 calling. Nah, probably not, because they're just wrecked by hands like ace-jack and ace-queen. You see Eugene now the shorty with 9 big, Simon with 11, Michelle with 15. Sean still in the chip lead, just 1 chip short of having a nice round number with 999k.
Let me write this down.
Now, Jordan, when we started our final table before I arrived, was Sean the chip leader at the very beginning?
Sean started the million chips.
And that was good for the chip lead?
That was good for the chip lead.
Great. So we came very close to a wire-to-wire performance earlier today in the Goliath, with Alex Linsky coming in as the table chip leader and making that good for a second place finish.
Yeah, but as we were told in Twitch chat, Alex just isn't very good. It heads up. So
we were enlightened today.
we were enlightened today. Oh, sorry. Yeah, Cooper Feltham absolutely wrecked him. Ran riot. The heads-up battle. You see Eugene ripping in the ace-3 suited, gets it through, picks up a few chips there. Yeah, Cooper shipped the Goliath earlier today for 67k. Absolutely dominated. He had 12 bigs at one point, 500k. Managed to spin that all the way back up to be 600k down heads up with 4.8 mil against the 5.4.
I jammed 10 high.
Lost a few pots. Ran one of the 6 plus I've ever seen in APT. And then go on to just win the tournament. It was an awesome
Can I better than I have?
I somehow managed to run a triple barrel bluff on Jack 8, 7, all clubs twice in the space of about 15 minutes or so. Got both of them through, both 3 million chip pots. Took those down and then managed to clutch it out in the end as well. He got paid when he had it, he got the bluffs through when he didn't. Yeah, a mind-blowing performance from Cooper today. It was a lot of fun to watch.
Russell Fogarty reckons you should get a belt for winning the Goliath. Yeah, look, if you got a belt for winning the Goliath, I would play it every time.
Agreed.
Without fail. As we see Duncan with 9s, 471k after that triple up with Ace King. Gonna find the open.
35.
See,
Folds around to Gita.
Fold from Michelle. Tight
Gita
fold
in the
there,
big
but it's
blind.
definitely saved him.
Decides against a big blind defense. And Duncan's gonna pick up 40k.
Matt Gin agrees there should be a belt. Maybe we can get a petition going.
Look, I've been involved in the creation of a title belt of sorts in the past.
And change, and change is a lot.
Yeah, championship belts become a thing in tournaments. I'll just start emptying the clip-in series again.
So good, man. It's alright. You just didn't have quite enough, and I don't know, man. Like, I have to call if you have like a small pocket there, or even Ace Jack.
Fletcher's just gonna find an open.
Queen Jack go, Ace Jack fold. I don't know where you go.
Snap.
8's under the gun. Fold it around to the button.
All in.
Eugene with Ace King. Biscuits go in. It's been pretty snug so far. To wonder, Fletcher's going to get a count and see just how much he's going to have to put in with his pair. Gives it a bit of a shrug. Finds out that 13 bigs.
Yeah.
Don't think, 12 bigs, sorry.
Kind of tricky spot just because of how snug Eugene seems to have been so far. 8's a very strong hand. Only a 12
It looks like Fletcher's just going to kind of cycle, giving it some thought.
Liam asking if we can get final table entrance songs. I'm all for it. Liam, let us know what your entrance song would be. What is your preference?
As we see,
you guys in the
sorry
chat,
to
let us know
interrupt.
as well.
Corey, there's an all-in. Enough talking about entrance music. Ace King V8
Such
to
a good
Eugene
idea.
is at risk.
Come on.
And that is an ace.
Great block.
Only an
Eugene.
8.
She's there.
Eugene's going to find the full double, so the shorties keep doubling.
Put it in the graph, man. Hey, man.
Yeah, they're not ready to go anywhere. They've got their eyes on that $39,000 first prize.
You ended up watching
It's going to take more than
You ended up watching
simple all-in to have them hit the rail.
Alright, all players and
sell them
dealers
along
for the main
to a
event.
long
Your
night
bets are now going to 500 or 1,000 with a 1,000 big one empty. That's 500 or 1 or 1. You now have 40 minutes of late registration remaining on this moment flight.
Yeah, these guys aren't really a fan of the idea that I might get a relatively early night's sleep. It sounds like this one's going to be in it for the long haul.
Alright, we got life.
Alright, let's do this, guys. Send me through your final table entrance music. I want it. Sorry for cutting you off. It was an interesting all-in, Corey, but I do want to hear everybody's entrance music for a final table. Just like a Gear or a one. I want to see it. Better by the Screaming Jets from Dane Young. Let's see
all that
some
money
more.
there.
What do you say?
All that money is there.
Alright, thanks for letting us know, Matt. We will we'll see if we can get that fixed right away. Big hand here for Duncan. Up the pocket kings.
7 calls. 8 calls.
Sean, chip leader. He is going to call with the 9-7 suited here. A little bit speculative, but he's got the chip stack to do it. He's 10 of diamonds here for Fletcher and the big. He's got those diamonds covered.
422.
Does make the call.
Wow.
3 ways to a flop here.
Record.
140k in the middle already.
Where's the camera?
More than before the king.
Doesn't really change anything.
So far.
More than before you had the king.
Duncan's still ahead with the overpair.
Never out.
Only play with a heart.
He's got to hang.
Diamond's now a non-factor.
Trust the deck.
Extremely unlikely for Sean to have a 4. Still pretty unlikely for Fletcher to have one either. Nice and easy, Duncan going to take that one down. Chip up to over 600,000 now.
Sorry guys, give me a sec, I'm trying to get this sorted out for you.
No, I keep it.
You can keep it.
You can keep it? It's alright. Doesn't make no difference. And if it was going to be a good hand, it means that you saved me.
Yeah, sorry about the sounds guys, but we're going to try and sort it out at the moment. It's all of MJ Sydney's Tinder notifications.
This one you had it, huh? Happy days. That was like bottom 2% of games. Bottom 1. First one was promising, an 8. I'm like, oh, I'll take an ace, king, an 8.
It stopped. We're free. Alright, good work team. We did it, we
let's
got through it
hope it
together.
holds.
Hold! Alright, back to the action.
Alright guys, if they pop up again, just do let us know. Hopefully that's all finished for now.
Has the Serenity, yeah, Gilgam actually make a very good point. Yeeta here with the Queen 10-0, gonna open it up with 32k. Anyway, before you were rudely interrupted by a charging sound, we've got a few songs to go through.
Which games are what?
So we've got
Huh?
Bonfire by Childish Gambino. You're the best, Joe Esposito.
You what?
We are the champions.
I've been inviting him.
Raining Men by the Weather Girls.
Maybe the
Interesting.
deuce.
Okay.
That's a good one.
Oh, the deuce
No,
last
I've
time.
been inviting him to our
Back in
game.
Black.
Oh, yeah?
2040, normal game.
The Seth
Yeah,
Rollins
come for one
WWE
night.
entrance theme. Right, okay.
Promise you enjoy yourself.
Anytime you don't burn it down is going to be fine by me. I don't really want any fires started. Thank you. As you see, both these guys have a pair. Yeeta's the only one with the diamond. Taylor Pickles, thanks for tuning in. Sorry I missed your message earlier. We do have picks for the final table. I did pick Yeeta to take this one down. And forgive me, Corey, who was your pick?
I've got Simon. He's been pretty snug so far. We saw him get that double up a little bit earlier on. Not much has happened since then. He's not had an opportunity to really make anything happen, but I still believe Simon's going to spin that short stack up.
As we see, Duncan's going to lead this turn. Makes the straight.
Pretty
Yeeta
hard to
obviously
believe that
the straight as
anything
well.
other than a chop is the result for this one.
Well, it depends on a Diamond River. If a Diamond River comes. But just like that,
Well, there you go. Now we'll see.
Yeeta is the only one with a diamond.
Duncan does check. It's going to take a pretty big bet for Yeeta to get Duncan to fold here. Probably not worth him trying to bluff his opponent off of a chop. Instead, if he goes small enough, he might be able to try and squeeze a bit more value out of a worse hand.
love to see Yi to choose a pot or larger size here, maybe 1.3x pot. 175k maybe. Does decide just on 2/3. And I don't think Duncan's doing anything other than just calling here.
If he'll think it through for a moment, but he does make the call. They're going to chop this one up. Russell
like
reckons we need a crown.
Everybody's just trying to steal WWE gimmicks. We've got King of the Ring coming in as the Monarch of Poker. Does that mean that somebody has to be called King X person for the remainder of the year until the next one?
Called that okay.
I'd get on board.
Makes sense.
I
Like nothing. A little bit.
I mean, you just flicked
You
it in.
play against him.
You just flicked it in.
Jeanette, thanks for
Yeah,
tuning
mate.
in. Right of the Valkyries, yeah, it's a classic.
I was playing against him.
Absolute
He's
classic.
He's all in there.
He's a very nice guy.
Yeah.
Every time he raised me, I didn't believe him, but he
It's a song
seemed
that's
to have
definitely
it.
going to be played in the apocalypse. Now, on to the next
Is that
hand.
true? Right. You just found out who I
Phoebe's
am.
dealing
man.
very
That's how I
slowly
do
here.
it.
What's going on?
I don't need the best cards, just because the board looks after me.
He considers it for a moment. He does lay that Jack 10 down.
Yeah, I did run good there.
Only spot for a jam here for Simon. He's very short. Maybe out to take big blinds. It's on the button. Jack 9, well, it's not a great hand. He's waiting for great hands. He may wait until he blinds out. He's going to take the spot.
Biscuits in the middle.
Going to get it through. Plus
He's
40k.
stoked with that. He's stoked with that outcome. Up to 11 bigs. Let's go. Enter Sandman Grand Beginners. Yeah, that's a classic as well.
Oh, yeah. That's a nice one.
Can't always have ace 10, Sean.
Yes.
You can't always have ace 10.
What did you have?
You got 3 outs and you hit 2 of them on the flop.
Yeah.
I've got ace jack is ace 10 because 10, 10, 4.
Right, for the time.
Yeah,
You know, sometimes I hear that song in my dreams, Corey.
on the turn, I don't know how as well.
Do ya?
So good.
Yeah, often Never Neverland. I hear it distant
See what you
sleep.
did to me before? Less than 1%, running 3s. Can't beat you.
Unbelievable.
I didn't know I was going to
That's
get
the
one
worst
cent
bet
in
I've ever had in my
Too late
life.
for this.
Like, legit.
If you have any more, you need to get them out right now. In an hour's
There's no
time, we're not going to be able to take it.
Yeah. And a bit, and like what a spot, second in chips, first in chips.
They only get
14
worse,
left.
mate. I'm sorry.
13 left.
245.
Tricks did, man. I don't know me. He just want to.
Just hear more blind battles between Sean and Michelle.
I've got to give Lucky's. I've got to make him some money back.
OG Wolfpack, yeah. Classic, Liam. Good
Did you
shout.
bust it?
NWO.
You busted the dealer's choice.
Sean giving this quite a lot of thought.
7's all in.
Looks like he does decide to just jam. Michelle's not going to be able to do anything with natural 9. Wrong game. Quick look to his right and then a fold. Gets out of the way.
Extend that chip lead just a little bit further.
Sean has been the most active at this table with Yi. They're about 14% behind.
doubles.
So Sean far and away playing the
Can hurt,
most
can hurt
hands.
someone, you know
Applying the
what I
most
mean?
pressure.
Like, yeah, exactly. We've got a chance.
You're going to get aces in the next 5 hands.
Alright, if I do it, I'll buy you a drink. You know what? I'll buy you a drink just for saying that. On the break, okay?
My bad. You didn't want that 10, man.
I want it with another 10.
You want an ace. I'll give you a better shot. Now you got a better chance to get an 8. 152. No,
If I'm going to get worse than a 10, I want to tap you outside.
really that serious?
Nah,
I hope it's there.
calm down.
I hope it's there.
Hope it's the exact same 10.
10 of clubs, I think it was.
Give him the 10 off.
Now I've got Enter Sandman stuck in my head.
Try anything now. I've got chips now. Warning you.
So you see Will with 10-9 suited is going to open it from under the gun.
Very
my
pretty
highlight
hand.
has been when you asked me how much chips I had in the I've never had that before. It's incredible. I was like, what is
Maybe you were scared.
7
Blinds now.
His shot factor got me.
He's like in his own world, and he's like, what?
Eugene with king nine of clubs, definitely going to want to find a defense here.
Yeah, great hand.
He's gonna lose.
It's actually got his opponent dominated. Couple of clubs on the
Flop
flop.
with the club, yeah. 2 clubs, 5-3-3.
King high also out front at the moment.
Will is going to c-bet. Roughly 20k.
It's going to be a really tough pot for Will to win. He's first going to
Hate
need
to
his
see a
opponent
check
to
raise
miss.
here from Eugene. The check raise to like 65, 70k would be really nice here, I think. Get a lot of folds from ace high hands.
Yeah, for sure.
Even some better king highs and c-bet this flop like king 10, king queen, king jack. He's just going to go for a defend.
Oh, so he limb 10? King 10?
He knows what he's up against, and this is
He does
Guess he
beautiful
just-
just call.
I think he just knew he was going to turn top bet.
Yeah, this is a huge
I stand
turn
for
card
thinking
for
how to
Eugene.
play
Not a
that
bad
game.
turn card for being honest. It's not going to do the trick just now.
You show queens like,
You could consider it a bit of a scare card. William from early position, the card that he's going to hit.
Giving it a bit of thought. This Yida can't sit still. Oh, he's off.
We said 10 minutes.
Looks like Will is barreling.
60.
60k.
Eugene not going to be certain that he has the best hand here, but of course with the top pair, and especially with the clubs, there's no way he's going anywhere.
Yeah, I think just continuing with a call will be good here. That's what he does.
We have a river card. There's no river in the deck that can improve Will to the winning hand here. Six of diamonds. Pretty blank. Clubs have bricked out for Eugene, but he's still got a top pair.
SPR of 1.2. He's probably considering leading this river so that Will doesn't have an easy check back with a hand like 8s, 9s, or 7s. Even it's like ace 10 type hands with the clubs brick.
There's about a 10-minute period on that break, so you can have the last opportunity to re-enter or register
So you
this
can see
flight.
Will just doesn't have a hand that he can do anything with. He's giving quite a lot of thought.
Looks like your read is spot on. He is going to go ahead and make a donk lead here.
Looks like a quarter pot, 60k.
What do you think Eugene's going to do against a jam? You think he's thought that far ahead?
No, I don't think so. I think he's probably just going to cry. I would cry if I faced the jam here.
I would cry as well. That'd be a disgusting spot to find yourself in. Now, Will is either posturing or he's considering doing just that.
There's no way he pulls the trigger, right? He unblocked clubs, which is one of the more natural hands that Eugene would call twice versus the size that Will chose on the turn. The only thing is that Eugene can have king X of clubs.
But then, even then, King X of clubs facing a raise all in on the river is not going to be loving life. Whether you think it'll fold or not is another question, but
Does decide against it. From the looks of things, guys, it looks like these guys are going for an intermission. So we're going to take a quick break as well. So stay tuned, hang around, so stretch your legs for about 15 minutes, and we will be back then. Chat to you guys soon.
don't go too far, guys. We'll talk to you in a little bit.
Welcome back, guys. Hope you had a nice little
And
break.
one.
I know I had a nice break. I've got myself a coffee because I have a feeling this is going to be going for quite a number more hours. What about you, Corey?
This is the easy level. To
Yeah, I've got myself settled in, ready for the long haul. Hope you guys are ready for a whole heap of poker action. Still got heaps left to play, very deep stacks. 8 players left and 39 grand up top to play for.
4 folds, 6 folds.
I understand that I need to tell everybody that Flono is still the go.
C8 raises to 40.
Very important.
Sorry, C7 raises
As far
to
as
40.
Twitch chat is aware.
8 folds, 9 folds.
See Sean with the 5-3 suited, the greatest hand ever created. 5-3 of hearts as well. Now that he is the best hand.
He's also got 1, so...
What would be your wrestling walk-in song, Corey?
Yeah.
If you had a song, what would you pick?
Yeah, good chat.
That's a great question. It'd have to be something by Miley Cyrus.
So when are you all going to the set?
Okay, what would it actually be? Miley Cyrus, get a load of this guy.
It's a pretty good question, Jordan. I have had a couple of walkout songs in the past in my teenage years, when my fitness was in far better condition than it is now.
4 folds.
Yeah, right.
Hard to pick a favourite though.
7 raises to 40.
Yeah, I got a few songs, but I don't know if I'd be able to get away with playing them, as I think there's a bit too much swearing in them. See, Sean with 7s, and Eugene's working up with 10s. I think we're going to see some chips go in the middle here. Definitely in at least the form of a 3-bet.
Give me a second, guys.
We do see a 3-bet there from Eugene.
Is that a click? Is that a pure click?
I think it is.
A pure click?
140.
Huh.
Interesting to see what Sean thinks of this. Imagine it will be
This isn't the limit tournament, right? The limit tournament's in another section.
C7 call.
Equally as perplexed as I am, just flicks in the call.
Yeah.
And 2 overs for both players. Eugene's the only one with a heart. I'd be surprised to see this go check here.
Yeah, pretty miserable flop for both of these pairs here.
9 bets 40. 7 folds.
You know what's no limit, Eugene?
I'm curious.
Not limit.
So
20,
curious.
40, 60. I'm not playing 20, 40.
Eugene's going to bet and it gets straight through.
Alright, got it, bro. We know what we're doing here.
Nice little pot for Eugene, taking himself up to
The
642k.
limit player on the table.
Shell in
Just
10
me
bigs,
clicking,
Simon
man. Don't worry,
8
limit
bigs, that's
poker.
two shorties.
Take him to the limit streets. Take him out of their comfort zone. Do you understand? Take him into my world. What I say, you're gonna learn things from other games. You can apply them in no limit.
Simon's still waiting for the nuts.
C7 raises to 40.
Fast, looks
8
like Sean's
folds,
going to
9
find it
folds.
open. And a mystery hand.
1 folds.
Simon really been a bit handcuffed so far on his final table. Picked up the aces earlier on, managed to get a full double out of that. One steal through Jack 9 on the button. Apart from that, haven't really had any opportunities to do anything apart from sit around. Has watched a couple of the short stacks double as well. He would have loved to have locked up the extra money from those pay jumps, but it's not to be just yet.
3 checks.
Just a very bright flop.
Yeah.
See Ace King 8. The only person to connect with that is Sean. Very good for the pre-flop raiser though.
Hey,
C7 bets 27 and 3 folds.
Actually just going to get out of the way there.
Sean's going to keep adding to his stack. He has slipped a little bit since this final table started. And yet again, we've got that congestion right in the middle of the pack. Will, Eugene, Duncan, Peter, Fletcher, all between 450 and 660. So,
I like my stack here, always looking at
10
my
big
stack.
blinds separating all of those
You know
guys.
what? Yeah, bro, that's it. I've been too nice the whole time.
For anyone just tuning in recently, this is our Dracakis Players Championships final table here at the Southport Sharks for the Australian Poker Tour.
6 folds, 7 raises.
This is our final 8 players. So far has locked up $4,550. We intend to play down to a winner tonight, and we are going to be crowning a champion and awarding them a payout of $39,000. Of course, there is the Dracakis jewellery ring included in that first place prize. A lot to play for tonight. What a day of poker we've had. Goliath final table earlier today. We get to finish the day off with the Dracakis Players Championships. Thank you everyone for tuning in. It's a pleasure to have you all here with us. Of course, as always, any questions, any queries, just drop them in the chat. I am Corey Van Jay, joined by Jordan Bromley. We'll do our best to help you out and answer any questions and provide a little bit of banter for you guys.
Oh yeah, 157. Yeah, 157. What? 157.
It's like Simon's found a rip with the Ace-5-0 and Sean's agonising over whether or not he should call this.
7 folds.
Looks like it's an almost 8 big blind jam. He does decide to fold, so there's quite a lot of chips going Simon's way.
Yeah, that's actually a huge pickup there for Simon. That jam does look pretty strong. Sean opened from early position. The shove doesn't... You wouldn't really expect it to have a lot of fold equity, so... Kind of looks like Simon's happy to get called.
It's kind of like the open hands and all.
Ace-5, probably just the worst hand that Simon will actually show up there with in that spot. But he's definitely going to love picking that one up, not having to take a flop.
One more win. You know, tell other communities.
Yeah.
Yeah. I'm not like being rude, but just let the dealer do it. Both of you kind of gave Sean a number.
Sorry, man. He just wanted to
that guy, you know, but like
7 folds.
Decides to run it from +1.
What? Oh,
Bring it in. Eugene with A7 of club.
Solo
Ace-5 spades. Interesting hands.
How much to go?
Both fold.
So he's just asking what to
Around to the blinds.
went all in, folds all around.
Yeah, with 2 aces already folded, it's looking pretty good for this shove to get through. We do see a pair go in the muck as well. Oh, and Duncan in the big blind with the king-queen. The 10 bigs, he could definitely elect to run this. He's closing the action. Give this some thought, and he's going to make the tight fold. Michelle's going to sneak away with that one, pick up 50k, keep himself alive. It's 12 bigs.
These cards are too sliding. It's like speed fold.
Just 2 players at the moment below that 20 big blind mark.
Your FT was on like randomly.
A lot of depth still left on this final table.
I get home at like 12 or 1 a.m. and they've got like a team's event on. The next day they got some shit. Yeah, the next day then you're just up in my screen in my room, just on the table there. Like they randomly just decide to put your one on. Like that's funny. All the boys are in the back. But, oh, my one wasn't there. Bert and Jen were there.
They literally had to run because I got the bus and then they ran to.
Go with the ace-3 suited, just ripped in 10 bigs. Looks like he's going to try it again with 12 arm.
What is it? Roll it.
Ride the wave.
One fold.
Eater with 5s, gets out of the way. Fletcher's not
he's
going to be folding though.
Yeah, he folds out one pair that's got him dominated, but this second one is going to be sticking around.
All of a sudden Fletcher's woken up. He was asleep there for a little bit, wasn't getting any hands, and then he just wakes up with queens. A bad time for it.
254. 254. All nuts from C3.
He's going to jam over the top of it here.
4 faults, 6 faults, 7 faults. So extension. Lunch.
Shell going to get the bad news.
Wish it was
He's going to have to catch an ace or some clubs.
What difference?
He's a Kingslayer.
Yeah, he's going to be 34% to win this one.
Definitely seen crazy things happen than 34%ers.
Lol.
Or with 2
There's
clubs,
a couple of clubs.
even more likely.
Basically a flip now on the flop.
8 on the turn, and
hearts,
the
not what Michelle's
6
after.
on the river. So Fletcher's going to find the KO.
Jeez, what is that?
Takes himself up a second in chips with that.
Yeah, that's a big pickup there. Michelle going to be hitting the rail. $4,550 will be his reward.
No idea, man.
A couple of big days of poker. Sure, would have loved to go a little bit further, but it's always nice to get a final table. One of the prestige event.
And the Fletcher fan club on Twitch just goes absolutely wild. It's really
Something
good
about
that he,
elbows or something.
it's really good that he can win this tournament and celebrate with all of his fan.
It's the new cards, bro. One fold.
Well, now, ace queen. Been pretty snug so far, hasn't played many hands. This is definitely going to be one of them though. Opening up to 40k.
3 folds, 2 4 folds.
Simon gets out of the way.
6 7 folds.
Over to the blinds.
Very good now or not? Yep.
Eugene finds the defend with the 760.
And
Off
C9
to
folds.
flop we go.
What? Sit back there.
And that is a pretty good flop for Eugene. Going to be flipping middle pair.
2 checks.
Turns a gutter as well. Will still does have a few outs though.
C9 bet 75.
Looks like he's going to find a lead of 75k. It's a big bet. Just folds very
Fold
quickly.
from Will as well.
Done good for him? Thanks, sir.
Yeah, we see this is a pretty even chip distribution. Pretty small gaps between everyone. We've just got the one short stack. Sean, clear chip leader at the moment, but definitely not out of reach of any of the middling stacks.
Right, are you guys still awake in the chats? I haven't seen much movement in there. Let us know who you think's going to take this one down. We've got 6 left. Wait. Hang on, I'm bad at math.
7.
1, 2, 3. We've got 7 left.
It's getting late.
Let us know who you think is going to take this one out. Obviously, we've got some favourites. We've had some support for everybody. Now that we've lost a couple players,
17 double.
Simon does announce a jam. Ace 7.
5 folds, 6 folds.
So we take a quick look at the other stacks around the table. Confirm that he's clear shortest. He is, and he decides to take the jam. And he's going to get the bad news as Eugene's woken up with the sexy boys here. He's going to be making the call. Looks like he's just going to jam over the top. Effectively jammed for Yugi stack. And Simon now going to have to catch an ace to stay alive. We're going to have two very quick bust outs. And we've got the commentator's pick at risk.
Yeah, Liam saying Big Simon, one for the battlers. He's going to need some love here.
Yeah, I know, I was going to say, at least they go
34%
to
of
you,
the
right?
time, he will be winning this, but the rest he will be heading home.
Oh, that'll do.
Not on that
Wow.
one, though.
So it turns out he doesn't need an ace. He just needs to fade a
He
jack
just
on the
needs to fade
river.
a jack. What an easy game. Huh? Ace 7-0, all in. Just like
Bang.
that. Back up to 24 bigs.
Yeah,
And
and
Yeater
all
is
of a
actually
sudden,
stack.
yeah, and we've now gotten to the point where we've got 7 left, and even our shortest stack in Yeater, if he's able to find a double up, he is the chip leader.
That's crazy.
270.
Yeah, this really is anyone's game, and it's a bit of a cliche, but in this case, it's really true. That chip lead is within anyone's grasp.
We're going to be
one
bagging up
pot away
the end of level
from the
23.
new captain at
So
any
this
given
one plus
moment.
one more, that'll be about quarter to 12.
Taylor in the Twitch chat's on the Fletch train.
A 12.5-hour day by then, or 13-hour day.
He's definitely done pretty well at this table so far. He's spun it up
What
quite
about
well.
what about if everyone agrees? What
Fred
about if
Light
everyone
reckons that
agrees?
Trix is
Can
going
you
to
not
close
run
it.
Take the breaks out hasn't he? I'll talk to Shannon, but that's what he's...
See what he says if everyone says yes.
Sorry.
And then we'll go from there.
I'm going to get
I feel like he reckons that Sean's the goat. He's going to take it down. Fletcher reckons that Sean's got nothing on Florno.
No,
So-
go home.
Yeah.
I want to wait for a time. Yep. But if I get knocked out, that's what I want to do.
I think
I'm-
Fletcher
I got
Smith
nothing
is
better
the
to do
goat.
tomorrow and
Quite
come back
convinced
fresh.
that Fletcher Smith is in fact the
I
goat.
just want to let you know now, you know.
Yeah, there's been quite a lot of support for Simon. Him finding that double there, he's definitely way back in the race. He was short for quite a while. Liam reckons he's overdue for a trophy.
Yeah, same.
4 folds.
Reckons Fletcher got that jumper and was like, yeah, I like it, but the Bulls logo's not big enough. As we see Duncan, looks like he's going to open the ace-5-0 from the hijack.
40. 7 folds, 9 folds. 1 folds, 2 folds.
You probably see that in the hand.
Get around to the blinds. Looks like it's going to get through them as well. Raise and take it there for Duncan.
You know what I really want on my wardrobe? A Bulls logo bigger than my whole torso.
Oh, the grind. Is that why you just want to...
Yeah, that's pretty monstrous.
That is pretty epic.
I mean, I don't want to play 2-5, but
Yeah, I was wouldn't let me down.
Going to use it on tomorrow.
I didn't want to do
I'd rather just
we
keep
ended up
playing
like,
his.
remember? 4 in the morning and then we had to come back and it's the same thing happening
See
here.
how
I
we
can see
go
it.
when that time comes up. He might be out, and then we can. Yeah.
Now you got a bounty on your head, my friend.
I don't
Ah,
care.
so Fletcher
I've had
Smith's
it on
goat's
my
actually Florno's younger
How'd we go?
brother.
We've tried,
prettiest
we've all
thing
tried
Rarely
like 3
beats
times.
Fletcher at home
No
all the
one-
time, but Fletcher comes here and wins.
one,
Yeah,
just
okay,
do
so
it.
we know who the better player in the family is. Right, okay.
I squeezed it, so he's just
See, 9
actually just cheering for the local economy to get a bit of a boost.
Yeah,
1 fold.
much like another set of brothers I know, the worst ones associated with this stream right now.
Exactly. And the other one is still not Mum's favourite.
As we see Eugene opening the A6 of clubs from the cutoff. The man of the hour in the big blind with the Queen Jack O.
And 6 3 folds.
Looks like he's going to fund the defend. Off to a flop we go.
3 checks.
And the favourite of the family finds the best flop.
Okay.
Flopping middle pair. Eugene with a backdoor flush draw and an overcard. Not totally out of it yet.
He's going to fire
Looks
a
like he is
continuation
going
bet.
to fire a C bet. That's a pretty big C
75.
bet. 75k into 110. Fletcher's not going to be going anywhere with a diamond of middle pair. Yeah, finds the call.
3 calls.
So quite a lot in this pot already, over 12 bigs.
Yeah, this is getting a little bit bloated.
Not actually, 13 bigs.
3 checkers.
As
Yeah.
there has been a turn. Another king.
And
Actually, a pretty good card for Fletcher.
He checks back. A repeat deuce on the river. Interesting run out. Jack 10
Eugene
bricks, Jack
actually-
9 bricks. Flush draws get there.
Eugene with the ace high. Could definitely think he's got the best hand here.
3 checks. 9 checks.
Tough for Fletcher to go for value though. He's just going to check it. He's going to win it at showdown.
I don't know if I would have wanted Fletcher to make a bet on the river to try and get calls from the middling pairs that see bet the flop and then give up, or even a ties. You can have hand like you have a jack in your hand, so you can have a hand like Jack 10, Jack 9, even Ace Jack O that just wants to try and get other aces to fold. So not entirely sure whether or not checking is the best option there, but let's just take it down.
Eugene slips just below the 20 big blind mark. Table short stack, but still very much in it.
Folds. Seat 7 raises to 40. 9 folds.
Geared it with ace queen. Definitely think he's going to be 3-betting this one. Sure, he's going to double check how many chips he's got. He's got 22 bigs.
Yeah, he could just rip the whole lot in here.
See if he requests the all-in circle. Certainly giving it some thought, making sure he's making the right decision. Looks like he is going to take a non-all-in size.
Two folds.
Looks like 225. So this is
4 folds.
This is
He's basically
committing him.
Basically committing himself, yeah.
Yes, I think he's just leaving himself room here. If this was to go like 4-bet, 5-bet behind him, he could maybe give it up. But yeah, this is effectively a jam.
See 9 raises to 40. 1 folds. 2 folds.
Eugene with ace jack and Fletcher with jacks.
See 3 raises.
And Fletcher is just going to increase the price, put as much pressure as possible as he can on all these other guys who are shorter than him. Oh, but Duncan's working on kings. Oh, no way. What a setup. That's disgusting. You can already see that there's a jack dead. Oh, Fletcher is going to hate this.
Yeah, so is
Fletcher
Smith as the goat is not going to be happy with this situation either.
That is brutal.
This is a chip lead. This is the
that's
biggest
messed
pot
up.
of the tournament so far, Jordan. 1.2 million chips in the middle, and Fletcher has 1 out. Gonna have to find the last remaining black jack.
That's disgusting.
Wow. There you go.
Oh my god, he found it.
Not one to
Wow, this is
I think he's got me covered.
insanely rough for
A
Duncan.
case
I
jack
we stayed late.
to find the chip lead
Didn't let him know.
to bust Duncan.
You found it.
Wow, that is disgusting.
Running pure.
biggest pot of the tournament so far. Probably by quite
that's
a
gross.
margin.
1, 2, 3, 4,
Wow,
5.
that's gross.
Change, yeah.
Duncan hitting the rail
That
in
is
7th
disgusting.
place after a 1 outer.
Oh,
Looks like we're playing through, boys.
Strap up, boys. I've got
Wow.
strap on mine tomorrow.
Heading
Don't worry about it.
to the rail.
No, the fucking.
Yikes.
Dom, you cruel man.
What did you want an early night?
1 out, man.
Cruel man.
I will take it.
Oh
Take
boy.
it, man. I'll take
Wow.
it too, man. Let's keep
He
playing.
was on
It's
the
a sick
window,
one.
buddy.
Fletcher Smith is the GOAT.
I'm happy to keep playing. I don't know if it's like
Surely
for a winner.
got some things to say.
Yeah.
That might be like,
So Duncan's taking home
I'm okay, thank you too.
5,500 for his
Fine.
efforts, but he's definitely not going to be feeling good about that one.
yeah,
That
let's
was
just like keep
disgusting.
playing.
We just keep playing about the
Yeah, that one's gonna
Keep it
Yeah,
on.
Fletcher might bust all of us here. We never know.
that one might keep him up a little bit
Might start
tonight.
hitting 1 out of shit.
1 out, Fletcher. See, 1.5 million chips now sitting in front of him.
by himself.
Very much in command. Sean, for the first time in his final table so far,
Come on, man. Give
has
us a
relinquished
chance.
the chip lead
Straight into
through no
Jackson
fault
King.
of his own.
Oh my god.
Another one.
Another one. Another Sean.
Yeah, syndicated
1,
aces. That was a pretty
2,
standard run out, to be fair.
Oh,
Standard ACR run out.
can't count properly this time. 320.
It continues. Yeater now with queens. Looks like he's going to find an open
Like,
here.
what are they? They must know something I don't know.
Yep,
C1
open to
raises
45, 40k.
C2 folds.
I was asking for 5 to be honest. Yeah.
C4 folds.
Just love seeing you sweat.
It's going to fold over to the blinds. I think Sean is probably going to find a defend here with the 860.
45.
Scam.
7 folds.
Big scam.
Yep, off we go to a flop.
He may not be the chip leader anymore, but he's still got a very healthy stack.
And 7 chips.
Ace King
Four to
6.
pair.
Very good flop for Yeater's range.
Yeah, pretty miserable flop for his actual hand. He's going to
He
check it
doesn't
back.
check back.
7 checks.
Total brick on the turn. Sean checks once more. Happy to think that Sean
No,
would have
check,
been
check.
betting an ace on this turn after flop goes check check.
Check,
6.
check, river.
And they just show it
we're
down
just
and
gonna
Yeater's going to
check
ship it.
once more.
How does a man get
It's always a
queens
good
when
feeling to win with queens on an ace king like the board.
Queens again.
Yeah, I'm
Queens
sure
again.
Yeater would have liked a
so sick
little
of
bit more
being
value out of the queens, but after that flop, he'd be happy just to be taking that one
and queens in
down.
the deck or
Now look guys, I'm going to be honest, I've got a similar reaction to all of you guys in the chat. That is one of the most brutal beats I've seen
not 60.
since I started doing commentary. That was a pure 1 outer. That was brutal way to go. Absolutely brutal way to go.
You got to feel for Duncan after that one. The case jack for 1.2 million chips. If Duncan just holds, he's the chip leader. It was
1 folds.
a 1 outer between him being out in 7th or
Don't worry, you'll
one of
find
7.
out when I put it in the middle how much it is, Yeater.
That's how big of a spot that
raises
was.
to 40.
You see Fletcher jumping back into it. Opening the ace-7 of diamonds. Simon with the same hand.
5 folds.
Sorry, Greg.
Yes, and instead of Duncan chip leading the Dracakis final table, he's cashing out for $5,500.
C7 calls.
You see the other ace-7 suited gets out of the way.
Wait, Sean flicks in a call with 4-3 suited from the small blind.
That's a little bit speculative, especially against the chip leader.
And Eugene folds the 10-9. Huh?
Heads up.
Huh?
We need to get Sportelli on the line right now.
Yeah, I feel like those are backwards. I feel like you fold the 4-3 suited and you call the 10-9.
7 checks.
2 diamonds, 1 club on this flop. Fletcher with the nut flush draw.
You would think this just goes C-bet fold.
Should quite a lot of the time. Can you tell your brother to play faster, Fletcher Smith as a goat? As he does eventually find the C-bet.
3 bets.
Pretty big C-bet on this board.
6-8.
68k on a paired board, interesting.
7 folds.
Sure, does just fold. Probably had a bit of a hesitative thought to potentially check raise the 4-3 suited with the double backdoor straight to a flush draw. Decides against it.
Oh. Yeah.
Alright, Nibby looking at me.
Thanks, man.
Enjoy.
Go.
Hey, you guys in the chat, be nice. People can tell their bad beat stories if they want to.
3 raise, 40,000. 4 fold.
I got a really bad beat story for you, Corey.
Tell me, Jordan.
I woke up this morning.
Well, there you go. That's not the direction I thought that was heading.
Using Fletcher, opening the ace 10-0 from the hijack, getting it through. I'm sorry. As you see, Eugene's now our short stack, just 13 bigs.
Queen 10 off under the gun, man. What are you doing? You, man. UCG1.
Jordan, it seems like you yourself have maybe taken one too many 1-outers with an attitude like that.
I don't know.
Fuck, you know what I have? You don't know why he jams?
Yeah, it's like people say they're optimists or pessimists, they're the glass half empty, glass half full type of person, you know?
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Glass half broken kind of person, it's great.
But I promise you, it's better than Queen and offsuit, bro.
Anyway,
That's staying in and rest easy.
back to the fun stuff.
Come on, man.
Folds
What do you
around a
think is
heater
like
in
the Queen 9
live.
The problem is,
Pretty decent
exactly.
hand, but Will's got a better hand.
Or the Jack 10.
Yeah, the Jack 10 suited maybe. Yeah, you know what? That's okay, reasonable. You know,
hey, we're not all nits like you, right?
Hey?
We're not all nits like you. Right?
Yeah, you should see what I've been folding, bro.
Yeah, it does open it up to
So
75k.
jumpers here.
See the 8 use off jam?
I think
Hey.
Will is just going to be 3-betting this
Duncan
one.
limbs?
Yeah, ace queen, super strong hand, blinders one.
No, I haven't seen that. Was that here?
I heard Jinxie was going crazy.
Signing the hand, less than 30 big blinds effective.
Yeah, but he's not calling anything.
3-betting, and he'll have to call it off if he faces the 4-bet.
So you can rip it.
Scary proposition, 7 left, race queen.
What
but
about, I heard you
I'm just
jam
blind.
over there for like
Basically a premium hand.
What's the
Something
heat?
through
Oh,
though.
oh,
Ida has picked a pretty big opening
Big stack,
size
big
here,
stack.
just shy of 4x.
big stack, limp, jam.
oh, it's for
Maybe even an
That's
argument
four
for
off.
Will just
Yeah,
jamming
yeah,
himself.
Just bubble.
He's going to go for the 3-bet and a quick fold from
There's a
here.
bubble.
Stone bubble.
Now, some of you guys might have caught it before. We just had the tournament director up and let us know that
He can't
I've
call.
made the decision to
He can't call.
You can't call.
wrap this up for the night.
Guys, fucking do-
And we will be completing our final table tomorrow. So we will be finishing this level, playing out one more level, and then bagging up and returning
I like
to
it.
complete the Dracakis Players Championships
Nah, it
tomorrow.
wasn't
But it helps you
like
with
on the
age.
table, so-
Probably gives
You
us
still do that.
maybe just shy of
Can't just
an
do it.
hour or so of play left to go. We will be including play for the night. These guys probably expect the same as us. This has got a lot of play left. We're going to be here for a while. These guys are probably all keen for a bit of a snooze, some time to recover and relax a little bit before making the really big money decision at the top end of this tournament.
I tell you what,
So
if I
do
was,
stick around.
I tell you what, if I was
About an
Simon,
hour to go.
Any size I saw that is gonna call.
all those, bro, if that
one
was,
has a
See you
bluff
through
on
to the end of the
old
night.
Simon, don't worry about the bubble, mate. All those chips have been coming
You
to
guys
me.
can join us again tomorrow. We'd love that as well.
Made me huge chip leader and handed me the tournament.
So we
Will
see a
improve with the best hand.
limped pot. Limped pot, blind be blind here. And Will's just going to
Bottom limp,
flop bottom pair.
Whacks it in for 120 bigs. 110 bigs.
It's crazy.
Because the small blind's got, who knows, you know.
Nah, it
you
wasn't
know
that
what?
much.
Still ahead.
You know what?
No, I saw 5 out there.
You know what's funny?
75.
3's not going to change anything
What you're
either.
saying, makes sense.
That deuce gonna hold up.
What you're saying.
5k big blind, how do you have 110?
Yeah, 110 bigs.
5k big blind, you have 450.
I had like 500.
Ah, I might have miscalculated then. Because you how your stacks was arranged.
One big blind.
3 tails were 170.
How about one big blind?
Sorry, so
I definitely just have 10 high. I promise I don't have a deuce or a 3. I lied.
trust me, I know exactly what I had about 500.
Will picking up some value there.
50k in yellows, and then 450 in
Perhaps winning the max there with
I don't go
5
for
pair.
But hang on a second. ICM pressure and bubble, and you can't call anything right.
170,
That's if he cares about a
170K.
4K new cash.
They were like 165.
No, but I'm not making a mistake. He's the one making a mistake. It doesn't matter whether he cares or not. You know what I mean?
So how much did you think he had?
How much did
I
you
thought
think?
he had 450.
I had like 5. That's still a lot.
Okay, fuck it.
Not easy, yeah.
10. 20. Oh, big one. Yeah, no, I thought
Alrighty,
it
players
was
and dealers for the main event. Your blinds are now going
What if he limps aces?
800, 1600, another big blind in. That's all players and dealers for the main event.
Yeah, I know, but they can still have the other 2 out of 3 aces. There's a few aces in the
Yeah,
deck.
so be it.
9 pots.
Too many probabilities.
Yeah, I feel like bad beat stories for the most part are just against the rules. One day I'm gonna go to a poker series and I'm gonna set up like a stall, like a vendor, and I'm gonna charge people to stand there and let them tell me bad beat stories.
3's all in.
$1 per bad beat.
It's gonna be like therapy.
You'll pay off your entire series of irons, Jordan.
Probably, yeah.
It wasn't even a sweat.
You said it wasn't a sweat.
It wasn't
You
a sweat.
reach for the chips.
I'm ready for the chips. Gotta keep it fun, man. We can play for 12 hours, bro. Everyone's too quiet. I'll fall asleep.
You have to enjoy it. You have to enjoy it.
You know? We're not all playing for 400, 500, you know what I mean?
Many of you guys
That's a bit
come and tell
different.
bad
I'm glad,
beats if I have
I'm glad it's
set
a
up.
freezer.
Focusing.
Because that way
promise
the
I pay
final table
attention.
is much softer than a normal
I swear.
replay. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, because it's a freezer.
The pros can't punch 5, 6 bullets.
Yeah.
Just
So you get a really soft
This
final
isn't a
table.
soft table.
Congratulations,
That's my point, man.
This isn't. You know how many top 5
Yeah,
tables
I'm
I've played?
saying.
No, soft,
what is
yeah.
this final
I'm
table
saying,
like?
man. Everybody
What
is
is
good
this
here.
final
What's
table
going on?
This is not. Yeah.
Gerald shouting out
No
Sean
points.
and come on and go get the chips.
That wasn't easy either.
He's definitely doing
I
pretty
do.
well so
Yeah,
far.
and you-
Even lower minus 1 on this one.
Looks like
We're
he's
just
gonna
lucky
fold.
Licky was in the other
Round
tournament.
to Fletcher on the button. Jack 3-0. Not good enough to play.
Too small for him.
Simon, sub 20 bigs. 5-4-0. Oh wait, Fletcher still has the Jack 3-0. Hang on. This is not the way that, yeah, there we go. I was wondering whether or not we were going to be, $10 for 5, yeah, of course. $10 for 5 minutes? That's a great price. Book it in, Russell, anytime you want. As many 5-minute stints as you want at $10
They're
a
in
piece.
30s.
I'm there. As we see Simon limp blind be blind, Sean
I'm not
the
gonna-
9-6 suited having a bit of a
They're in
giggle about it.
30s. Pretty,
Let me eyeball it.
pretty identifiable.
They get mad if we ask
I mean, doing nothing wrong. I want him to think I've got $1 million.
It's a bit far off million. Okay, go.
7 pots.
Another limped pot on our hands. Another player connecting, but Sean has picked up a flush draw. Simon not very interested with this flop.
7 bets, 20.
Naked 5 high.
Yeah, yeah.
One big blind from Sean, and that's going to do the trick.
Very nice.
We see our payouts there on screen. Everyone remaining has locked themselves up $7,000 for their efforts so far. Still a long way from the top prize of the 39k though. Still left to play for, and of course there's the Dracakis ring.
Thanks for checking and asking.
15 minutes. One ball. 2 ball. 3 ball.
Now look, I'm gonna have to detract quickly from what's happening on the final table because I've got something really important that I need to shout out. I just want to make a quick shout out to Gina. Just shipped the PKO. She's on an absolute heater. So congratulations to you. Congratulations on another amazing result. Very proud of you. I understand that was a tournament that you wanted to play, Corey?
Yes, that sounded like a very fun tournament. I'd love to hear how Gina went on bounties. Tell me there was lots of them.
Yeah, I'm yet to find out. I just heard from somebody that she did take it down. So congratulations, Gina, on another fantastic result. Trophies just keep on coming. Crushing it lately.
Sean putting max pressure on Eugene in the big blind here. He's going to open jam the king 7. Eugene really thinking this one through with the queen jack.
11.5 bigs. Decided on a fold.
I was going to fill in.
If this was not a final table situation, you definitely could fall in with this queen jack.
Exactly. I didn't want to be put in
ICM
that
involved.
So I jammed.
Doesn't want to risk
You
his
would have been in
tournament
that
life.
spot. Because if you limped, I jammed. If you raised, I jammed.
Very easily behind.
Yeah, I didn't want to spot.
Whoa, Matt's just posted an interesting tidbit that apparently she cashed 21k in totals, but 12k of that for the bounties. How much are the bounties worth?
Jordan, that makes me happy. I do believe it was a typical 50-50 split. If I'm incorrect, please someone do correct me. But yeah, I do believe it was a standard 50-50 split. Bounties and prize pool, so that's a very sexy number. That makes me very happy.
Oh wow, what a crazy result. That is amazing. She knocked out 24 players. Holy moly.
Oh, finally get a rock from you.
Gina, that is just...
Fucking hell,
that's
I play your queens again.
24 KOs and
No, because I had
PKOs.
I had trees, that's why.
No way.
Wait, that'll be, so that's a progressive Jordan, so it wouldn't have been 24
Oh, okay,
individual
right.
knockouts.
It's progressive,
But,
okay, my mistake. Wow, that is insane. Insane.
Yeah, that's very satisfying. Well done, Gina. Congratulations.
That is a sick result. All of you guys in the Twitch chat, can we get a clap emote, please?
Very that guy jinxed himself because he didn't want to have a break.
Wait, that's not how it goes. I can't remember how it goes.
Is that his name, Duncan?
Yeah,
There we go.
I didn't really want to play through anyways. Unless it like ends at 3.
That is awesome.
Yeah, fair enough, yeah. I understand.
Anyway, back to the actual action of this final table. Fletcher opens, gets it through.
I want to play a little bit longer. It's only 11 o'clock.
Yeah, exactly, yeah.
I want to pass, man. Just play. I'll go back to the room. I'll
What an
be
incredible result.
2 o'clock, 3 o'clock anyway. May as well play.
I'm good playing till main event ends so I can follow my friend home.
I'd rather play till like 1 o'clock or whatever. And if I'm still in there, alright, but then I can play whatever's on tomorrow. You don't have to worry about this shit.
What do you mean? If you pass it?
Yeah, there's other tournaments on.
Yeah,
Like 2 more hours.
Yeah.
It's going to be a big difference.
Oh, Taylor, you're exactly right. She is absolutely lovely. Very passionate about wanting to improve in poker as well. I'm very stoked for her that she's getting some very great results. As we see it fold over to the big blind. Sean's going to get it straight through.
We're talking about.
There's been a number of uncontested pots lately, so
Yeah,
not much action happening on this final table. Everybody's kind of feeling themselves out.
Yeah.
As we can see,
God,
Cooper standing on the rail, having a bit of a celebratory day after taking down the Goliath with
I had a PFR of 8.
$1,000 earlier today.
I have like at least 5 times the PFR right now.
Yeah, that's not a bad day in the office as far as they
Not
go.
bad at all.
Doing the right thing, you know what I mean, Yada?
Yeah. Long board.
That's we're having fun.
That was horrible final table, bro. I was not having a good time.
12k in bounties is nuts. That is awesome.
One race, 40,000, 2 and 3 fold.
So Yida opening the King 6 suited. Simon in the big blind not going to be able to defend the 9-4-0. Yet another uncontested pot. See that Simon has been the most snug and they're playing 12% of hands. Shout out Matikari in the chat saying that Sean's brother out here ready for another dub. He's definitely in a position to be able to do so. Does have to catch Fletcher, however. Fletcher in the lead at the moment, playing very well so far.
1 out. 1 out on the window, man.
He was happy to go home. He didn't want it. He didn't want it. Yeah.
Eugene here with the ace queen suited and a little under 10 bigs. I think this one's just going to be going into the middle.
Yeah, definitely like to see him just pile this in here. Great shove here from Eugene.
Over to Fletcher with deuces, decides against it. And Simon with 15 bigs and queen 10 suited.
We'd love to pick this up and jam, but
this is going to be close for Sean.
Yeah, I think we'll see him flick this in. The jam is for 9.5 big blinds.
He does call, and he's going to see that he is flipping.
That's a fair fight.
Fair fight.
Fair fight. That's it.
Let's see who comes out the victor from this one. Eighth queen versus fives. Eugene is at risk.
5, make it the heart.
And that's a pretty good flop for ace queen.
Yeah, that's not bad.
Not a safe river though. Wow, 5 on the river. Unlucky.
That's a very nasty way to be hitting the rail for Eugene. Very unfortunate. He is going to be our 6th place finisher.
Yo, let's not pretend that the Jack's one was not worse, alright?
Congrats to Eugene.
That was a flip.
On a
Big
big final table. Great performance. It's not to be. He will be hitting the rail.
Yeah, he managed to spin it up a couple times, find a few ladders. Very unfortunate to get riveted in that scenario.
It was messed up when I get more shit for hitting
You
that.
see a lot of smiles around the table. Sean obviously thrilled to have the chips going his way. The other guy's pretty happy to lock this pay jump up.
At least you gave him the courtesy of getting on the flop.
Shut him up earlier.
That's how I like to do it.
5 players remaining now. They've all locked up $9,250.
So the genies like me. So I'm good genie.
Pay jumps do go to 12,500 for fourth, 17,230 for third, 25k for second, first place $39,000, carcass ring, trophy, and the bragging rights.
Can I have a count? Finally, I get a count. I can know how much this man
go ahead
finally
and
has.
open jam the sevens here.
Sean off the back of that previous pot with king queen suited.
Yeah, he could very well run this. This is a jam for, what, about 14 bigs. From the button, king queen suited is definitely strong enough. I think we're going to see Sean run this. He's going to go for back-to-back knockouts.
3-12.
Like 4 or 5? Less than 5, yeah?
Yeah, I don't think he's going to be folding this one. He's probably just a little bit worried about Yeater in the big blind.
Less than 5, right?
As to whether or not to call or to re-raise.
312.
I think just a re-jam, given that Yeater has less than 20 bigs, is fine. Looks like that is what he does.
Fold from Yeater, and another flip. We do see Yeater folding a queen there, which is unfortunate for Sean. But Simon, the commentator's pick, is at risk. It's the 3rd time now that he's been all in on the chopping block. Can he hold for a 3rd time?
Don't win these ones.
It's not looking good.
Side, diamond, 3 side.
Set for back-to-back knockouts, just 1 out.
Absolutely no
Simon
way.
not going to find it. And all of a sudden we're down to 4.
Good game.
Just like that, Yeater is our
down.
short stack. Simon busts in 5th with 4 players left. Just happened very quickly. He's on fire.
Yeah. Back-to-back KOs for Sean. All of a sudden, 12.5 grand locked up.
still four-way choppers we have to get there. That's nothing. We just stop, even though we don't want to, we just stop.
Yeeta, our current table short stack. Sean is his best friend at the moment after securing him 2 pay jumps, but as this final table progresses, Sean could prove to be not quite such a great friend. A pile of chips in front of him.
Luck box.
I mean, a mountain to climb, and of course, Fletcher still with a mountain himself. $1.7 million for Fletcher, 1.5 for Sean.
3 folds. 7 folds.
Fletcher. How much are you playing?
That's about 1.6. I'll double
See
check
Yeeta
it
with
out.
the Jack 9-0 bluffing blind, less than 20. Looks like he's going to find just the limb. Will likes to check the 8-5 of clubs from the big blind.
Gonna go post.
That's a pretty big flop for Will. Open ender.
Yeah.
Yeeta with just Jack high. Yeeta does check.
1.65?
Was that a check back from Will? Yeah, looks like so. We're on the turn now.
So Yeeta is going to find a bet.
1 bet 36.
Still waiting to catch that turn card, but regardless.
Oh, it is a 9.
36.
Let's give Yeeta top pair. And the 10 doesn't improve Will.
Yeah, Will. Such a promising flop, but he's stuck on the river with 8 high.
1 check.
Check from Yeeta. He's going to try and catch a bluff here. Will with 8 high. Himself in a spot where he kind of has to fire the river.
And 2 checks.
Does just decide to give up. Just folds his hand. Doesn't even try.
And I think there was pretty close to 0% chance that Yeeta was going to be folding. So Will saved himself a few chips there by not firing the river.
Nice way to rub it in.
See, Will and Yeeta now basically even in chips, sitting just a bit above 20 big blinds each. These are 2 big stacks in Sean and Fletcher.
7 folds. 1 fold. And 2 folds. 2 folds. Option.
So he'd fold over to Will with the King 3-0 in the small. Adaha hungry in the background.
It's been a long day.
Raise to 8,000.
This is a Travis T saying that Yeeta's got the GOAT check in all of poker. The straight hand check the table. I don't know.
Yeah, I know. It smells really good.
How much do you have, John?
1.5.
1.5?
Sorry, 1.7. 1.8. I have enough, yeah.
I got a bit of a draft. He's got a bit of an orange stack. Yeah. I've been watching you, don't worry. Good start, nice.
A bit of a lull here, not much happening. Yeeta and Will definitely going to want to try and find a double sometime soon.
Oh yeah, he's back on over there.
Of course, coming up to the end of play for the night. Just completing this level. We got around about a half hour, maybe a touch more. We wrap it all up for the evening. After the rapid 2 bust outs from Sean just a moment ago. Got a bit of a contrast here where he's really picked up anything, not been a whole lot of action. It does look like we're going to have a pot here.
So we're definitely ending for sure.
A bit of a freeze in the picture. Give us a moment. We'll
34 minutes from you guys.
get this fixed up ASAP.
What time do we start tomorrow then? 11. 11? Tomorrow.
There we go, welcome back.
We're in action.
I lost the flip every morning. You just know I'm that guy that cops it out. You know I'm that guy. I'm the guy that deserves it as well. Beautiful. That's a story. Like, you got like 2 or something? Yeah, I think I heard the story. Yeah. Well, he stopped it. I didn't stop you, so that's
Seat 3 raised to 48,000. 7 volts. 1 volt. 38. Sorry, 48.
Fletcher opening the 10-8 suited with queens though.
Pretty monster hand in general, let alone 4-handed. Definitely wanting to get some chips in here. He's going to look pretty strong 3-betting off this stack size into one of the biggest stacks. Well, hasn't been getting particularly out of line on this final table so far, so it's not going to be a shock if Fletcher can get away reasonably cheap. Well, of course, we've got to go for it and try and get a few more chips into this pot. Such a strong hand. Thinking about his size.
Yeah, it's difficult when he hasn't really been active with any 3-bets. Yeah, snap fold from Fletcher.
You must have wanted to fold for so long, right?
Just gonna pick up some chips.
Just waiting to fold.
And you're slipping just below that 20 big blind mark. Spent a bit of time there on this final table so far. Nevertheless, here he is in the top 4.
All of these guys, very successful tournament players. Sean being Goliath down in Sydney. Fletcher with a number of results down in Sydney as well. Will shipping APT tournaments and other tournaments up in Queensland, and obviously Yeeta coming off the back of being #1 on the Australian Player of the Year list. Yeeta does open the King Jack of Hearts from the button. Fletcher with 7-5-0 doesn't decide to defend the big blind. Fletcher with the ace-5-0 blind be blind. Looks like he is just going to limp. Sean checks the queen 3. We're going to see a flop between the 2 chip leaders. And that is 2 pair for Sean.
Yeah. Gone from a pretty rubbish hand to a monster on this flop.
Fletcher does just bet 1 big blind. Sean elects to just call. And that is a boat. That is going to be a pretty difficult hand to beat if you are Fletcher.
Yeah, Sean well and truly got the check mark on this hand. And there's no chance that he folds either.
3 checks.
Fletcher does decide to check. Love to see Sean check back here. Limped pot, you kind of want all of Fletcher's Jack 10, Jack 9 as flush draws to have a chance to hit the river. Sean is going to bet 80k. I'm not sure if I can imagine that ace high is going to call once more. I think it is just going to fold versus that size. Giving it some thought though. Yep, decides against it, does fold. A little bit greedy there from Sean. Maybe a check would have played a little bit better. Fletcher does get away from it and Sean takes back the chip lead.
Yeah, nothing really in it at this point though. Basically tied for the chip lead.
Shout out to Stuck Heaps, the Twitch chat asking who's commentating. My name is Jordan Bromley and I'm joined by Corey Van Jarsveld. Thank you for tuning in. We'll be here for the coverage of all of the events in this APT series, and also for live streams with LCA Poker in the future. So we see Will and Heater about to battle again. These guys have been at each other pretty much all night. Heater with the defend with the Queen 4 suited. And that is all Will. He is not even going to consider finding a continue there.
Just going to give that one up. Maintain it 17 big blind stack. Now, here currently the table's short stack, but it takes 2 double ups. And he's in the driver's seat. It's not that far of a gap.
K6 saying that looks like a young buttered chicken. Yeah. Apparently it's amazing. I'm not there personally, but I've heard reviews that it's quite good.
That's Yeda. Blind on blind. See, both the 4 deuces getting out of the way.
One raise to 72,000.
Looks like Yeda has found a raise with the ace jack and Will with jacks. Oh,
yeah, this is going in, Jordan.
This is just a setup. A blind v blind setup, sub 20 big blinds between these guys. No aces were folded, not many clubs were folded either. So
Just
Yeda does have 3 clean outs. Will does just jam. Yeda sticks it in.
Quick call,
Yeda's
Yeda's
gonna
gonna get the bad news.
in very rough shape here.
There's a
Yeah, it needs an
64%
ace.
chance that the commentators' picks are done for.
Yeah, an ace and an ace only, or we're going to lose Yeater in 4th place here. No help on
Club's
the
a
flop,
non-factor.
not on the turn either.
Only an ace.
And that will be it. We lose Yeater in 4th position. He's going to be taking home 12,500 for his efforts. Just like that, we're down to 3.
There we go. Not far from bagging up now, and Will with that pickup is going to get himself just a shade behind the other 2 chip leaders. That will get Will to a bit over 1 million chips. The other 2 guys playing about 1.5.
And now we accelerated
Now
to 3. Now it's
a
only
very
2.
deep 3-handed game.
That's a long time. What's the best way to get there?
Alrighty, players and viewers for the main event, your blinds that going up against the 1,000, 2,000 with a 2,000 big one E. That's 1,000, 2,000, 2,000.
Picking up another hand here. King Jack, very strong 3-handed.
We've got 3 more left to play.
Top
We
flop
will
we
be
go.
backing up at the end of level 13.
Does flop a
At the
pair.
end of level 13, folks.
Checks through. Fletcher picks up a gut shot.
2 bets 35 and 3 folds.
Zach Will's going to stab at it and just get the job done.
Back in. Grind tomorrow then, yeah? Grind tomorrow then.
Two raise, 50.
Will, you're playing like 1-1 now? 1-3.
Travis, 50 hours into fasting. Struggling seeing that butter chicken. I can't imagine being 50 hours into fasting. I just ate at the last break and I'm even drooling at the butter chicken.
See Sean and Will here, both some pretty spicy hands.
7 raise to 175.
Very deep here. Will, the effective stack, playing 50 bigs. Sean is going to go ahead and make the 3-bet with the pocket 4s though. Looks like Will's going to play it slow and going to take a post. Does have position. Wow. Set here for Sean. Turns the 4s into effectively a 3-bet bluff. Just drills the bottom set here. Fortunately for Will, he's not caught a big enough piece of this to get really hurt, and he's going to find the fold on the flop. Definitely could have lost 1 bet there. Couldn't have blamed him for peeling 1 off on the flop with the ace king high. He was drawing dead. Just get it out of the way.
Oh, yeah, can you go? He said we're now 3-handed. Oh, it doesn't matter. Oh, you get it. We're stopping the point. We're stopping the point.
Small blind.
Just busted.
Ace-X suited versus Jack, blind is blind.
48,000. 712.
3, 80, 400.
Fletcher opens to Queen 9-0. Will with a very similar looking hand. Gonna defend big. And
Will
both
with
players
the
with a gut
very
shot.
slight diamond advantage, but that's not going to be a factor here. 2 hearts on board. Fletcher the one with the heart.
It's got a 4% free roll. And that ain't going to do it. Both players still with a gut shot, but it is going to be chop unless one of the guys bluffs the other.
Yeah, this one's probably going to come down to who fights the hardest. We're going to go to a river. Ace of diamonds.
Am I on break? What? Not today. It starts tomorrow.
Fletcher was the aggressive pre-flop. He decides
Finishes in 20.
not to bluff at it.
Pretty tough bust 2 people.
These guys are going to chop it up with the Queen 9.
Butter
Yes.
chicken or lemon chicken?
I mean, I'm a huge butter chicken fan, so that's an easy one for me.
7 raised.
Alright. Cheesy garlic naan or just cheesy naan?
2 calls, 50.
You gotta go the cheesy garlic, sure.
Yeah, cheesy garlic. It's a no-brainer. It's just a no-brainer.
Yeah.
As we see, Sean opens the 10-7-0 from the button. Shout out Freddie in the
As
Facebook
position.
chat. Thanks for tuning in. Will flats the small. Fletcher with Jack 5 suited. Looks like he's going to call as well, so we're going to play a family pot.
Some 3-way action. That's a very Sean flop right there.
I mean, it seems pretty fair.
Couple of checks.
7 bets, 55,000.
Neither Fletcher or Will have really caught anything to get into too much trouble with. Just backdoors. They do both fold. Huge fault for Sean. He's not going to get paid for it, but he'll definitely take picking up 170k pot after opening up the 10-7.
Oh.
I'm not sorry, by the way, Travis. You're 50 hours into a fast. I'm going to talk about food.
Never done
What, you're doing this to yourself. You know what else is really good? Steak. Steak's the best.
Sure, small blankets. Two follows.
Poor guy. I don't know why they call it fasting. Time feels like it goes so slowly.
Oh yeah, yeah. Fast is the opposite of how it feels when you're hungry.
3 calls, 24. 7 bets.
Nice hand here for
Fletcher now. Limping Blumpy blind. Continuing that trend. Short is going to check. Wait, did I see that board right?
37.
Yeah, this looks like a graphical error.
I think there might be a couple
result
graphical
is the
errors
same.
coming up, guys. Yeah. 6 butter chicken, tasteful tablespoon. Alright, we're getting recipes. We're getting recipes from Twitch chat. This is what I really want. What are your guys' favourite things to cook? Got a lot of love for the butter chicken. What else do you guys recommend? Something that you reckon everybody should try. Text in now on your phones.
You can call us on 1-800-POKER-FOOD.
Did you know that on average, a person will eat 8 spiders whenever I cook for them.
7 calls. 2 jacks.
As we see Sean limping the ace king, Will not falling for it. And that is all Sean, apart from the fact that Will did flop a pair.
Bottom pair for Will, but that's actually to
7 bets.
his detriment. He's very unlikely to be taking this pot down. Or probably only getting him in trouble.
Ooh.
He's going to call a bet here.
He is going to call. Off the turn we go.
So far.
Doesn't help him.
Seven bets 9,000.
Looks like it's going to continue, and I don't think Will's going to be doing anything other than folding here. No club. Sean limped, so we can have all of these types of holdings.
Will probably committed the most he's willing to this hand already. He's going to think it through though. Can obviously still beat a bluff.
The issue is he's got to come up with a bluff, and he does let it go.
Yeah.
Got a few shout outs from the Twitch chat. I love cooking up a check, call, all in. Check, call, all in. How many streets of poker are you playing, Early Toe? I feel like I'm missing something here.
I want whatever early toe is having.
Yeah, poker from 04. Oh, sorry, cow from 04. Steak with mushroom sauce and steamed veggies. Yeah, it's a classic. Love it too. One of my favorites. K6, the devil's cooking with 2,000 cloves of garlic. Almost living in Transylvania. Russ Fogarty, buffalo hot wings or Texas apple barbecue sauce. Ooh, interesting.
Also, once we do...
Sounds like fun as well. 2,000 cloves of garlic. Why do you have so much garlic, my guy? What's the go? Is your neighbor Dracula? Like, what's going on?
Yeah, you can never be too safe, Jordan. We've already seen a 1-outer just on this final table so far.
Yeah.
Anything can happen.
Yeah, garlic is God, but from the sounds of it, so is toothpaste. My goodness. Fletcher opening Jack 10. Sorry, limping. Continuing his limping strategy. Jack high in the lead, Sean with nothing.
3 bets 38,000.
That's going to take a stab. It's probably going to work.
Gets it through. K6 with the clarification. Okay. It's not 2,000. I only use like 6 big ones. Yeah. 6 big ones, 2,000. Very the same. It's basically the same thing. Guy's got these garlic cloves that look like watermelons. What's going on? Thank you for the clarification on that one. I was gonna have nightmares tonight about garlic cloves hunting me down. Fletcher on the button. Jack 5 suited, definitely a hand that he could open.
3 raise 48,000.
Looks like he will. Sean with the king 10 in the small. Definitely a hand that he could 3-bet, given this dynamic. Looks like he's reaching.
7 raise to 180.
Throws in a 3-bet, 180k. Very quick fold from Fletcher. K6, yeah. I'm here if you need more exaggerated recipes. Yeah, I'll let you know, or if I need to hunt a vampire, it'll be fine.
Yeah, we've got you on speed dial.
Cloves of garlic here again.
I mean, they say you are what you eat, Jordan, and we know that K6 is smelly.
Pretty sure I visited San Francisco when I was like 16 or 17 with my family, and there was a restaurant that we drove past that was called, like, I think it was called the Stinky Clove, and everything just had an obscene amount of garlic in it. And there was a queue of people out the front because apparently this place was amazing.
Got your answer.
K6 the devil. I don't know if it's kind of contradictory to use the words pub poker and reg in the same sentence. Liam's saying it must be nice to go on holidays. Yeah, mate, come off it. You spend less time at home than you do on holiday. Over to Sean and the big blind with ace-4 suited. Looks like he's going to probably opt for a raise here. Fletcher has been doing quite a lot of limping from the small blind. And he is going to get it down. Not get it down, take it down. 2 million now. First time he's been over the 2 million mark.
Sean back where he started on this final table in the lead. Quite a reasonable advantage from his opponents at the moment, but definitely not out of the woods. Will, our table short stack. He's able to find a double up. Even if it is through Fletcher, that's going to basically put him even with Sean.
Just giving you guys an update, there are 3 players left. Next position will take home 17,230. Second will take home 25k. And first place will be $39,000. Fletcher now with an actual hand, ace queen suited.
Yeah, huge hand here for Fletcher.
Will now with an actual defend, jack 8-0. He's going to flick it in. Off to the flop we go. And that doesn't hit either of them. Fletcher's going to maintain the lead with ace high.
Fletcher going to fire the continuation bet.
Wow, Will with the check raise.
Yeah, this is
inventive.
We were saying that you are what you eat. Will's just pounded down a butter chicken and he's gotten spicy. And check raised the jack 8. Just one overcard and some backdoor straight draws.
Fletcher has put his foot down in a few of these scenarios though. It's going to be interesting to see how he goes with this, given that Will's been pretty snug as far as these hands go, and he does float with the backdoor flush draw, backdoor straight draw. And that is top pair for Will. But
yeah,
does give Fletcher a gutter to go along with his 2 overs. Will checks. I think Fletcher will just check back. I think Fletcher's just going to check back to try and realise his 2 overs in the gutter.
I mean, if he's calling thinking that he could be ahead, if he was correct, it's pretty likely that he's still ahead. Of course, it's not crazy to think that Will could have hit the jack, raising some hands like maybe a jack 9 backdoor flush draw or something like that seem like perfectly reasonable check raises. bet of 200k almost from Fletcher.
I was thinking we were going to get the double check raise there for a second, but then I realised that Will doesn't really have the stack depth to be able to do that. But very inventive on the flop. Now he's turned top pair, finds the call, so he's got to fade any one. Yeah, he's got to fade any one of 10 outs. And that is trips.
That's a pretty spectacular river card for Will as far as they go. Going running trips. And he is going to set the trap. Fletcher pulls the trigger. Will is going to be snapping.
Yep. Fletcher with ace high. Have to wonder whether or not Fletcher decides to just show this down, thinking that he beats 6-7 and 6-3. Also ace deuce and ace 3 as well, which may have check raised the flop and then check turn. Does just check back and he's going to show trips. Fletcher's going to be a bit confused to see the jack 8-0. Doesn't really make much sense. Will gives him a bit of a grin and breaks the chips in. Back up at 1.2 mil, and all of a sudden Fletcher is our short stack.
Yeah, down to 1.1 million. Basically even with Will.
What are you sure?
It's got to be the first time that we've seen him at the bottom of the leaderboard so far on this final table. But it is three-handed. It's not by much. Already locked up over 17,000. Sure, he's not feeling too bad about his situation.
Do you find the jack 8-0 check raise on 10-5-4?
I do not. Nope. Maybe some jack high hands with backdoor flush draws that wrap around that 10. Something like jack 8 of diamonds. Could definitely see finding a check raise occasionally. Jack 8 offsuit. Don't think I'm gonna take this line.
Fletcher getting straight amongst it. King 4.
He's taking a hit, but he's still willing to battle.
Now we'll be letting you guys know that we will be concluding the stream relatively soon. These guys are going to bag up and come back and play tomorrow at around 11 AM. Thank you for tuning in. Well, with Kings now.
We're about to proceed into our last few hands, and well, looking to close things with a bang. A couple of Kings on the button. Bump it up. 10-3 off for Sean. Will might not get any love out of these Cowboys.
Wait. Huh? Calls the 10-3-0 from the big.
Yeah, this is a little bit ambitious.
Alright, that's a very good flop for the big blind. It's not a directly good flop for the 10-3-0.
We're just going to take that one down. Picking up maybe an extra big blind than he should have hit.
Than he really should have, yeah. As we see that Will's now at 1.3 mil, Sean at 1.8. Will's been playing very well, he hasn't really put a step wrong. Found the jacks against Eater's ace jack to take himself over the million chip mark. Fletcher with the 7-8, not going to open. Ben, tomorrow I believe we're going to be kicking off at 11 o'clock, but I will get clarification for that for you. 11 o'clock Queensland time.
Another big hand here for Will.
Ace Jack, yeah.
90,000.
There's our confirmation in the Twitch chat, Jordan. 11 a.m. tomorrow.
Fantastic. Oh. Just received a notification that it's actually going to be 12, so midday tomorrow. Midday tomorrow, guys.
Give these guys a bit of a sleep in.
Yeah, lucky them. See Will finding a limp from the small with the King 9-0. Check from Fletcher. Early toe, yeah, we'll be back tomorrow to commentate. We're going to get a decent sleep tonight, and then we'll be straight back into it tomorrow. So you're going to have to put up with us tomorrow once again. So we see Fletcher flopping top 2 here. We'll tell you with a very funny joke in the Facebook chat. He's never bought a piece of anybody in his life. Don't know what he's talking about. Oh, cracks me up. And you can see, guys, it looks like that probably will be it for the day. So these 3 guys are going to bag up, they're going to come back and they're going to play for the $39,000 first prize. Along with that first prize, they're going to take home a $12,000 Dracakis ring. As well as that, they're also going to take home a $1,250 entry to the Vault tournament, which is a tournament that's going to be running throughout this year. First flight is going to be at this APT, and the next one is going to be at Eaton Till, concluding with the final finale of that event running at Sydney in October with $150,000 guaranteed for first place. My name's Jordan Bromley. Thank you always for tuning in. Joined by Corey Van Jarsveld. We'll let Corey say see you to a lot of you.
Thanks for joining, guys. Congratulations to our podium finishers. Put on quite the show today. 17,000 and change already locked up, but they've still got all of it to play for tomorrow. We will see you guys tomorrow, lunchtime. Looking forward to it. Thanks again.